And hello and good evening.
Hello.
Hi. We are here as Hard Knock Dice to play some D&D and good old Ghost of Saltmarsh. This is gonna be our fifth episode. I didn't realize it had been so long. Honestly, I was like, wow, 5 episodes. That doesn't seem very much in comparison to the Eberron game, but still.
Caught me off guard too.
Well, hello. I am Ian. I'm the dungeon master for our Ghost of Saltmarsh game, and these fine gentlemen around me are the rest of our. Well, I say the rest of them. They are our players for this game. 3 of whom are also involved in one way or the other in the Eberron game, and one who's over this way. If I can figure out which way I got to point, who this is first game of D&D. So, last we left off, our fine heroes. They had been going into a meeting with the city council, town council. It's not really big enough to be called a city. Town council of Saltmarsh, who thanked them and as well as rewarded them for their work done at the haunted house that was a mile or two outside of the town. Discovering the smuggling ring and dismantling that portion of it, they then requested that they handle the seaward portion of that smuggling ring because they knew that they would have to show up eventually, and quite frankly, these 4 gentlemen seemed fairly capable, and they weren't the town's guards, so it works. They then proceeded to go out and stake out the haunted house in. God damn it! Fuck it! I can't look off to the side. Y'all are
It sounded like you said the
distracting.
C word, and it's like, wait, we gotta go handle those cunts? Like,
I mean, basically, most of them were too polite to say so. But if the dwarf had ever spoken up, y'all felt like that. You get a vibe that might be the terminology used.
Respectable.
But anywho, they went and staked out the haunted house in order to spot this vessel. The first day they were out there, they didn't see much. They got up the next day, realized that they had kind of forgotten Ed back in town. So 3 of the 4 went back and retrieved him, and he seemed pretty raring to go to assist, especially at the promise of a little compensation for his efforts. They came back, and that evening, late into the night, possibly pushing into the early morning, they started seeing some flashes, which was the signaling of the smuggler's ship. They responded in kind and with their best approximation of what they could figure would be an okay signal for these smugglers, before paddling out with 3 of them plus Ned on the little dinghy that was down below, and Julian swimming along ahead in the water using his amphibious capabilities to their advantage. They posed Bart and Gloob as prisoners who they were, trying to bring onto the ship, which was questioned, but Jakob has a really good poker face and is a solid liar, apparently. They were accepted as new recruits to Sand Ballet's gang, who they had previously murdered. But the crew aboard this vessel were attempting to take the weapons that Bart and Gloob still had on their person so that they could take them prisoner. Jakob, in a bit of a panic, perhaps, or just it was all planned, chose this moment to strike out at the smugglers, and so began a quite the fight as the entire ship has slowly been brought on alert and have been approaching from wherever they reside on this vessel to bring battle to our fine squad. And that is where we left off.
Is it really murder if they shoot you with arrows first?
Legally,
All
probably.
planned.
I mean, in Greyhawk and Keeland, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not 100% on their laws. Saltmarsh is probably a little bit more, wishy-washy on that.
If it is, I think it says a lot more about the city council that we get paid for murder.
I mean, there were several that expressed a solid distaste for those in the smuggling profession, so there might be a little bit of wiggle room in there, depending. Y'all probably could have just ran up on these guys in their beds, and they would chucked some weapons on their corpses and be like, they were attacking us. They'd have planted it.
I'd like to point out that our plan went well for about 12 seconds.
That, I mean, honestly, in my experience, that seems pretty par for the course for D&D.
Give or take.
Yeah, something like that. Some not nearly as long as others. I think our Eberron campaign is a perfect example. That plan.
Some of them
not
have lasted
going well.
minutes.
Yes, minutes. That's. Anywho, let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and swap us over to our map here. And this is
Let's
our current situation. I feel really bad because I just realized I forgot to pull up our Spotify playlist after I had given myself a good old. I'd moved my computer around. If anybody noticed, I don't have my like bookshelves behind me. I am in a different spot as of this time.
I'm just waiting for someone to walk through that door and just like smack you in the back of the chair.
If somebody walks out of my closet, I have other problems. I have just
Cody just walks out like,
yeah.
Someone
I've been
walked out
here
of
the
that
whole time.
closet, and he's now a ghost of Saltmarsh.
Good gravy. I'll be very upset. Somebody else is gonna have to run a different module, I imagine. There's our battle music. Let's get that going. If it'll play.
So we're at the top of the initiative now, right?
Yeah, y'all are at the top of the initiative, which is our good friend Gloob.
Yeah.
Is our top of the initiative. Let's make sure that battle map's looking crispy.
I don't remember where I was in initiative.
Don't worry, I've got it. I have it. I transferred it so it is a little easier for myself to read as well. So yes, you used to be second, Bart, but then
Right.
good old fancy pants.
I thought it was like a 20 or a 21 or something, or like 5.
Yours was a
I couldn't
21.
remember. It was one of
Y'all
those.
all
Okay.
rolled extraordinarily well on your initiative roll, and they all rolled like garbage. So it really worked out for you guys. So
Well, I mean, this was all part of the plan, so that's why
of
we were like
course,
ready
right,
to get
exactly. Y'all were just like well-oiled machine.
Panic initiative is best initiative.
So what are you doing,
You're gonna
Gloob?
take your role.
Gloob, seeing this person in front of him alive, would like to make him a little bit more less so. With his rapier still in hand, I'm going to. How's this guy looking? He's
Which
looking
guy?
pretty
Talking
right in
about
front of me.
Fancy Pants or Bandit
Yep.
Red? Okay. Fancy Pants, he's not. Let me see here. I gotta double check. He's definitely looking pretty roughed up. He's got some he's got some heavy breathing going on, and there's some visible pain, sweat on his face. There's several parts where you can see the blood kind of seeping into his clothes.
But not on death's door.
Not looking like he's about to drop at like the drop of a hat.
Say less. I will take my rapier,
Okay.
put it against my skin, and then go for a poke in something soft and squishy.
That is the majority of people in general, and he is no exception. Roll an attack.
Wonderful. That is a natural 18 plus I should know this by now, plus 6, I believe. Yep, plus
Yeah.
6.
It hits. Yeah, it hits.
All right. Wonderful. And he if you would be so kind, he needs to make a
Con save, correct?
Constitution saving throw.
Roll your poison damage.
Wonderful. He takes 14 points of piercing damage. And then on top of that, he takes 6 points of poison damage.
For a total of 20, correct?
That sounds right. Yes.
Yeah, 14
20
piercing,
points.
6 poison.
Correct.
So you come in with your rapier, doing kind of a froggy lunge as you come in. He's been doing a lot of focus on hitting you, but also paying attention to Jakob. And you sneak, as he's kind of turned towards Jakob for the moment, you sneak it in to a kind of cut in his armor that slides up into his ribs and kind of and chokes for a second. And then you start to see a few lines of dark, like black, creeping up his veins as your poison takes hold. And while he was kind of coughing and in pain for a moment, his muscles freeze up. And he just kind of as a solid like block of person collapses sideways onto the stairs. He is dead as shit.
Awesome. That is exactly what I wanted to happen.
Fuck.
Gloob is pretty hurt. I know I am a short person, but just with that in mind and a quick glance, do I see anybody up here currently?
Not anybody that you can see right this moment. You
see
can
right
probably see, like, accurately, like, I know I don't have this shadowed out for you guys. The taller people can definitely kind of see pretty far and can get garnered that there's nobody back there, but you can probably see about to back there, and there's nobody that you can see at that juncture.
With that in mind, and seeing that these guys are over here and I'm not doing so hot, I'd like to run up to the top of these stairs if I could, and maybe get a little bit of cover behind this banister right here.
Okay.
And pull out my bow, if that is doable.
That should be fun.
Just drop my rapier and pull out the bow.
Dropping your rapier on the deck.
Yep.
Okay, that's fair. So yeah, this banister is kind of similar to how these ones down on the side. It's higher up, but on this section of the ship, the wall isn't as high, so there's less solid cover. So you're kind of ducking down, and that solid bit probably comes up closer to where your knee is at, but then it's kind of hollow, and then with a railed banister going along the top. So it's better than nothing.
Yeah. Awesome. And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay. That would have previously brought us to his turn, but he's dead. So that brings us to Bart.
All right. Yeah, I am going to take this opportunity to hold up my my mace with the crystal handle held high. I'm going to say a prayer, and it's going to emanate some sort of bright kind of warm, earthy firelight, and I'm going to use channel divinity. Okay. And I'm going to move 2 spaces over here. I'm sorry, I'm going to use 1 space on top of this dude's dead body to get within 5 feet of both Gloob and Jakub.
You can't reach Gloob from down there. You're like on the stairs, and there's it's at an angle.
Well, then I'll move the full 10 feet there, and I can still move all the way back right here to get within 5 feet. So after doing that movement, I'm kind of behind that guy, I guess.
Yeah, you're fine. I see where you're at.
I'll move there, and it heals everyone for 2d6 plus 5.
Oh.
So everyone take 14 extra hit points. Okay. So that's 14 to everybody but me.
Everybody but you and Julian, because he's in the water. Okay. And
no, not Julian. Well, Julian's also at max hit points anyway, isn't he?
Don't you only have 25 feet of movement?
Oh yes.
No, you can make it. I was miscounting. You're good. I was sitting there because those side ones are narrow, so you're good. So 14 points of healing to to those 3, which is including Ned. So let me update his HP. Yeah. All right, cool
Appreciate
beans.
You big dog.
Nice, very nice. A solid heal. Nice.
Let's go.
And then I'll use the rest of my movement to move right here.
You definitely can't make it all the way over there.
The action uses my movement. I haven't used any of my actual movement.
Your channel divinity gives you extra movement? It's not just the movement for your turn?
As an action, you can move up to your speed.
Okay. All right. That's fine.
So I'll use my movement to get right there. And yeah, I will start trying to grab at this spell component pouch here to distract it on this wizard. So you're whatever kind of caster it is, I'm fucking with them.
I gotcha. Okay, so you're trying to heckle this caster.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Is that gonna be it for your turn?
That's it.
All right, that brings us to Julian. Julian, the only people that you could still see from your position in the water, one you saw vanish in a puff of mist, and then the other you saw get. Actually, you couldn't really see who skewered him, but you saw him like freeze up and then collapse. So you can only assume he is dead.
Fair enough.
What would you like to do?
How tall is the boat?
Probably about 25 feet out of the water.
So it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
From where you are currently, just to save you the math, you'd have to use the dash action to swim all the way up the boat and get all the way up the ladder.
Yeah, I know that.
But you would make it all the way up.
5, 10, 15, 20.
Is your climbing speed halved?
Huh?
Is climbing
Not
speed
up-
is half your movement speed? Or is it not matter?
Not up a
ladder?
la-
Yeah,
not up a ladder,
yeah,
I
you're
don't
fine.
think.
You're fine. Okay. Yeah, you can make it all the way to the top with the dash action.
All right, so I'm going to be able to, with the dash action, make it to there. If you want to double check before I do anything else.
Where are you assuming the rope ladder is at?
You said it was right there.
Yeah, so it's in there.
So it
Probably
would be 20 feet up,
15.
20 feet to it, 25 feet up, and then 5, 10, 15. Oh,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
right
that's
there,
fine.
actually.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so
Um,
you are up on the boat.
Yep. And I am going to transfer as a bonus action my curse to the spellcaster.
Spellcaster? Okay, I keep going to click on things on the wrong medium. We're gonna say the little stinky lines are your hex marker.
Stinky lines.
Stinky
Stinky line.
There, the stinky. The boy, he's a stinky boy.
Passive a gas pipe.
And then I'm going to point at him and where the fuck did it go?
Cast Finger of Death.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm
My
going to do.
God.
Scream at him in Primordial.
Anything in particular wanting to scream?
Yeah, you want me to
Curious.
send it to you in a PM or just say it out loud?
Whichever you prefer. I really don't care. He can't understand it, so I'm just curious if you wanted to say it for the flavor.
Oh, one sec.
I'm also not really sure what primordial isn't. Primordial the language spoken by like elementals.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. Man, that's got to be a weird language to have a person speak. Because they
It's like all like
regular.
Julian just
yeah,
goes.
I would just imagine just like trying to make like rock noises smashing into each other. Like,
you said he was an elf, right?
he is a drow, from what you can see. You have dark vision, yeah, so you could see that he's a drow. If you know what a drow is. Other than that, he looks like an elf, but his skin is darker. Some red eyes. Hey, I don't know about y'all's background.
There we go. All right.
Did you send that to me somewhere in particular?
Roll 20, whisper.
Oh, for the love of shit. You're acting like I actually have the chat pulled open.
Why not?
That's racist. That's racist. That's fucked up, dog. Alright. Is that gonna be it for your turn?
That's all my stuff.
Okay, so that is bringing it to Ned, who is feeling significantly better about life right about now. He had a similar look to that captain, the heavy breathing, the I'm in lots of pain sweats going on, but he got a tap on his shoulder from his boy Bart and immediately straightens up. He still has like a couple arrows, like one sticking up out of his rib cage right here, and then one kind of in the shoulder, but they really don't seem to be bothering him that much. He's assessing the battlefield. He saw you scream at this guy, as well as Bart is now up on him and seems to be fucking with him. But he sees that Jakob has now kind of been left by himself and is gonna hop on over and go for a stab on the guy that you are now facing, Jakob. I do believe that hits. I don't want to speak before I double check though. Oh yeah. So. Oh shit! Well, there you go, Ned. So Ned comes charging in with his shield up and short sword to his side, kind of in a hunched dash forwards, coming in for a stab, and like brings it in, is coming in across like this dude's ribs, and as well as a section of his back as he stabs forward and delivers a solid blow on Smuggler Red here.
Let's go.
So that dude's not feeling too happy about it. He goes in for that stab and immediately kind of pulls back into a more defensive stance with it, covering up as much of his upper body to his left-hand side with that shield, as well as keeping his short sword arm tucked into his side, which will bring it from Julian to the gentleman whom you are harrying. There, Bart. Who he's... What are you uh-ohing? I didn't even say anything. Can't just.
I didn't
uh-oh.
say uh-oh.
I heard someone uh-oh. Okay, so he's kind of glancing over at you and is like, you're trying to like, you're over there, like I can't help but imagine there's like a little evil Keebler elf off the side trying to fuck with this dude's stuff in his belt. He's kind of like,
I'm trying to just dump out his purse, basically.
That's my purse. I kick you right in the nuts. Bow. You were stunned for one round. He's like, he's trying to fend you off with his staff before kind of growling at you and like muttering what you can only assume are curses in Elvish or something. I don't know. But before turning and taking a couple steps this way, which would trigger an attack of opportunity for you, Bart.
Hell yeah. Give him the smack. Yeah, that's a 4.
Total?
Yeah, that's a 2 + 2, my guy.
Okay. You try to like transfer from like messing with him to getting a quick swing out with your mace, but it wasn't quite swift enough and just passes through air. Okay. This guy, he brings up one of his hands and you see he's kind of whispering. Like you got some of you that have line of sight on him. You see his mouth moving. He's kind of holding his hand up before bringing up his staff, and a kind of low white light builds up at the end before he pushes it forward straight towards him, the direction you guys came from, and a strong wind comes rushing across the deck, which is going to be having Jakob as well as Ned and those two bandits that are his buddies. Everybody make a strength saving, or I say everybody. Jakob, make a strength saving throw for me because I'm rolling for all the rest of them.
Oh, it doesn't hit Julian?
No, it is not wide enough.
Nice.
That's the nat 20.
Natural 20?
Hell yeah.
All right.
So 26 total.
Okay. So that's good. So you stand strong. You see him doing this, and as the wind starts to blow, you lean forward into it, and the wind pushes against you, but it isn't quite able to budge you anywhere. Okay. Unfortunately, Ned is not so lucky, and as this breeze hits him, he has his focus on these guys that y'all are fighting in front of him, and the wind takes him, and it seems to kind of catch on his shield, which seems to throw him even more off balance before he goes spinning off here to the side, slamming into the side of the boat, and going off the edge.
Oh, whoops.
Bro, I'm also trying to figure out how this is supposed to work. Homie in the back, the guy that's had the bow, seems to have kind of gotten to figured out what this dude was getting to do, and is kind of leaned backward into the side of the boat and seems to shrug off this as a fairly common occurrence. The guy that had just got stabbed by just got stabbed by Ned, as well as has been kind of trying to harry Jakob, is not so lucky, and also gets thrown in a straight line.
And the Jakob holding his
Yeah.
sword point first.
Yeah. Jakob, make a dexterity save for me real quick.
All right.
I know he wields it one-handed.
That's a
and,
6.
That's a 6. Okay. So what happens here? I really got to figure out how to make the tokens go lower than the rest of you guys, because this shit is kind of annoying. Oh wait, what if I do that? There we go. Haha! I figured it out. Don't worry. So that can now be back where it's supposed to be. So this guy comes like falling forwards into you, Jakob, and you try to kind of step out of the way so he can go the way of Ned, but you don't do it quite fast enough. He slams into you. You go stumbling back one of these spaces with this dude kind of in front of you, but he has been knocked prone as well. Like, he stumbles into you, you get shoved backwards, but then he's still reeling from that wind and falls over onto his side onto the floor.
All right.
And I need to double check the consistent effect of that spell. Yeah, okay.
That's going to end poorly for that guy.
Which guy?
Yep.
The guy that just got knocked prone
Probably,
at Jakob's
yeah.
feet.
That dude didn't seem to give a shit, so. It should start. Alright. Okay. That is gonna be that guy's turn, and you see him. He's still, while he's doing this, he now is kind of seems to be kind of doing a hand motion of in this nature, and the wind is just continuing to blow against you, Jakob. And while you're still standing, you are gonna have a hard time, you can tell, having to move into that wind.
All right.
Which is gonna end his turn, which poor planning on his part, or lack of communication. This dude right here, almost immediately after that happens, this door that y'all see right here comes kind of swinging open.
Oh, those are doors. Oops.
Those are doors. Yes. Sorry. I know it's not super easy to see. And oh damn it, this shit's annoying. And out comes this lady, who is swarthy looking, very solidly built, weathered lady, also wearing leather armor, similar to everybody else, hair cut short, and his one hand is holding what looks kind of like a mason's hammer, or like a blacksmith's hammer, and then instead of on the other hand, it ends a little below the wrist, and in its place is a hook. But she just stepped out into that wind. So let me roll a saving throw for her real quick. It's actually pretty good.
Hey guys, I'm here to help.
Ah!
Swear to God, if I get pushed off the boat by people flying into
I
me.
was about to say, Jakob, the nat 20 strength saving throw is going to be for nigh. Like, oh
Don't say
no.
the DC
People
on
are going to
that.
keep just dominoing into you.
Okay.
You should just do a strength saving throw to shoulder check people that come your way. You're just like football.
Yeah.
All my work to get people off the boat, and they're gonna do it for me.
Yeah, Ned's already down there. Come on.
Set out, 10, 20. Okay. So this lady did a lot better. And actually, well, let's see. Okay, that works. As she steps out, she's immediately hit by this wind. Wasn't really expecting it, so stumbles 5, 10, but due to let's say there is able to kind of use the rest of her momentum to just come slamming into this section of railing right next to you, Jakob. She's a bit frazzled from that. And I'm still gonna give her attack. I am gonna have it be at disadvantage because she just went flying 15 feet through the air. So
Alright.
she's as she kind of lands and kind of catches her bearings, she just kind of lashes out at you with her hook hand. She misses. But you kind of just lean off to the side real quick, and it goes thunking into the into the railing. She yoink it back out.
Isn't she like right above the rope ladder?
Yes.
Oh man, they just fucking yoink.
He's all the y'all saw him go like cartwheeling off and splash. dude went flying.
And Gloob saw all of it, and it was wonderful.
Y'all are horrible.
He was talking the whole way down.
He probably just went, ah! Ow!
I'm so glad to be alive.
Oh man, which immediately it ends her turn, unfortunately. Which is gonna immediately follows a I want to talk about a domino effect. Pow!
Oh no.
Another guy! Somebody has to succeed one of these saves.
I'm going off the boat, aren't I? Yep, I'm going off the boat.
I don't know about going off the boat, but he's in your square. Make a strength save for me real quick, Christopher. 13? That's fine. You after seeing this first lady come through, and you could hear more like footsteps come like pounding up those stairs. That you seeing the second guy come out and immediately also get flattened by this wind, come tumbling towards you. You're able to brace yourself and shove him as he comes into you, and this guy is now prone in that square. Just like nobody coming up those stairs was ready for running into a gale.
Don't forget, Yakov, you can also use that D4 on saving throws if you haven't already used it in the round.
Correct. All right, it's not in the round. I believe the wording is per turn, so he can use it a second time as long as like on something that's not his turn. So as kind of like as a reaction, or I guess technically on anybody's round if there's a bunch of people causing him saving throws, then he could use it every single one of those.
Nice.
Is the way the phrasing works. Which brings it to our other happy crew, which I'm tired of bringing them out one at a time, so they're all coming out at once. I'm sorry. Tink. And you see these fine gentlemen. One guy. What's that?
Oh, nothing. They're pouring out from the other side?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Ned, get your ass up here. I need you to take some of these blows.
Alright, no, I'm sorry. He did not have enough movement speed for that, so he's right there. Okay, so y'all see these gentlemen. And these, I did pull them out in the right order, right? Okay. So you see three more, a mixture of just dirty looking, like salty, sweaty humanoids in ramshackle leather armor. The two in the back seem to be hoisting ranged weapons, but this one in the front made his way out here and is hefting another one of those a curved like cutlass scimitar. Yeah, I can't tell sure it's really beat to hell. It's a slicing implement. But he makes his way up there, is looking around, seeing the state of things. Is actually going to look like he's going to kind of run himself up a little bit more forward and starts kind of just growling at you, Julian. Which will be his turn. This gentleman up here at the top is leveling a crossbow that he was kind of running up here with, and as he took a left out of that door right as they came up, his first target is motherfucking Bart. You see he's a little midget with a with a mace, and he immediately levels and fires a shot at you, buddy.
All right, bring it on.
With he misses. You
You
just hear a crossbow bolt come whizzing over your shoulder as his presence is made known to you. Whereas our pink friend is seeing there's a lot of people in the way, but up on top he does see a crouching pink form, which doesn't look like any of his friends. And so he's going to take a shot at you, Gloob.
Cover?
Is
Or
he
no?
gonna? Yeah. That's what I was gonna.
It wouldn't matter even if I gave it to you, I don't think, because it was a 22 to hit.
Yep, it hits.
Okay.
Hit.
Which... That's 9 points of piercing damage that come flying across the
Damn.
deck and slamming into your soft, froggy hide.
So-
Just got healed.
So pink and purple both have crossbows.
They both have crossbows out at this time. Who is drawing green squares?
I am. I'm working out a hitbox area.
Huh?
I'm checking something.
Okay. Check things on your own time. Oh man.
Okay.
So that ends those gentlemen's turns. They look like they're starting to crank up another couple bolts in their crossbows, which, oh man, brings us to our friend Bandit Red, who is on the floor getting blown on by wind. Oh, wait a second. I think I misread something. I may have slightly fucked up that spell, and for that I apologize. I assumed it was an immediate effect because that makes sense. So nobody's going to be affected by it this time because I'm sorry, it's supposed to be at the start of your turn, which is weird. Yeah, that starts this turn. Okay, whatever. So we're gonna not do it for this turn, and then we'll go back to doing it the way it's supposed to be. My bad.
No worries, it happens.
Read through that a little bit fast. So this gentleman in front of you, Jakob, despite the blowing wind, fights his way back up to his feet, glancing up behind him, looks forward at you, takes note of how close to the side of the boat you are, and like lunges forward to shove you instead of swinging at you with his sword.
All
which,
right.
let's see.
Is it a deck save or a
Oh
strength?
shit, doesn't matter. He has to roll the hit first,
Oh, okay.
which
Oh.
he fucked up. So he goes to shove you, and you just kind of slip to the side, and most of the force of his shove just wasted over there. However, looking up and seeing him, a frog up to his left, you're still in front of him. He sees a few reinforcements. He's gonna try to jump a bit away, so you get an attack of opportunity on him.
Ah,
Can I kick him in the head?
So you do get an extra D4 on that, since it's per turn.
Yeah.
And not round.
Per turn, yeah.
Well,
So you can add the
crazy
D4 if you would like. Yeah.
I didn't roll it. It's a 22.
It still hits. That's
So,
fine. Roll your damage.
Can I add that the D4 to my damage?
No, it's
No.
only to attack
No,
rolls or
okay.
saving throws and stuff.
Lame.
Boy,
Fuck you,
do you want to
it's
keep that D4? You can
I'd like
lose
to
it.
keep it. That is math is 12. points
12?
of damage.
He turns and starts to run, and you just get a kind of a baseball bat swing going on, and just right into like the section of his side immediately under his ribs. It cleaves a solid chunk through before he just kind of falls his own way off of the side of your greatsword and is laying in the ground, creating a puddle of blood that's kind of rippling with wind. Nice. That's 2 down.
That's what I'm about.
These turns got a lot longer when I added all these other people in it.
Yeah. It happens.
I only kind of apologize. Which brings us to his buddy who y'all had been dealing with, who sees you kill one of his friends, and you have been seem to pose a very solid threat. Jakob, he draws back on his short bow and is taking a shot at you into the wind, so I'm gonna give it super advantage because it's going really fast.
Super advantage.
It just automatically
Jesus
crits.
Christ, no. It actually quite the opposite. He releases the arrow, and as it's flying down, the wind is a bit wily, and it just kind of goes flipping off into the night. Hear a very slight splish in the distance. This guy, however, takes also similar note of not wanting to stay in that wind, but steps up to this guy's immediate left, kind of glancing over at you, Bart, as well, kind of putting you between himself, putting himself between you and probably what seems to him a pretty solid chance at his own survival. Which will end his turn, which will bring us to all the way to the top of the round, to our friend Gloob. Yes.
Did I go in that?
Yes, you did, because you went way earlier. Oh, did you?
I don't believe I did.
Did I skip you on accident?
Yeah, he just got an AOP.
I don't know how I skipped you, but I'm really sorry. What would you like to do, buddy?
Do I get advantage on the guy on the ground?
On the green guy?
Can I ask that? Yeah.
You would get advantage on him, yes.
Okay, then I will be swinging the greatsword on him with the D4.
Go ahead and roll for me.
That's a nat 20.
Okay.
And that'll be 29 in total.
I mean, yeah, it hits. So go ahead, roll your damage. You roll your dice, double the dice damage, and add your
No,
modifier.
it's 29 damage.
I'd be really confused. It's not outside the realm of possibility for him, is the thing.
I don't know.
Is that plus 4 I get, or
you don't
just
double
the
you don't
56?
double the flat. You just double your dice and then add the flat damage.
Okay, so that'll be 16 damage.
16 damage. You like this was like as after you guys got shoved back there. You see him down. You take a swing, and as he's trying to shove himself to the up off of his hands and knees, it just right across the back of the neck and takes his head off. So I don't know how I skipped you on accident, but my bad.
That's all right.
It worked. I mean, you set up giving him advantage on another dude, so appreciate it.
It works out, which does bring us all the way back to Gloob.
All right. Let's see. I see my buddy Julian getting surrounded kind of right here. Bart seems pretty safe. Seeing Julian get surrounded, and
yes,
does
sir.
this person look like? Well, I guess I wouldn't know. This person seems to be the biggest threat to me.
I mean, she has a unique token. Get her.
That hook hand is a sign of power.
Yes. Go against the person who only has one hand. They're obviously the biggest threat.
The honorable way.
What
would you like to do,
I mean, I can't shoot through Julian, and I guess I could take this guy.
You could hide behind the banisters and yeet down on the drow.
I got my bow out. I'm just going to help Julian out and shoot this guy currently.
That is a lady.
Everybody's a dude. I'm a dude. You're a dude. She's a dude. We're all dudes.
Word. All right, you take a shot at her. Go ahead.
The old wisdom.
The old wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and add my D4 to the attack.
Okay.
I'm super dumb. I'm like, man, nobody's saying anything in Twitch chat. I was looking at Roll20 chat.
Yeah, stupid.
Yeah, that's another natural 18 for a total of 26 to hit.
Hits. Go ahead and roll damage. She's within 5 feet of 2 of your party members, so you get the sneak attack damage.
Wonderful. Not as good. 4, 3, 11 points of piercing damage.
But that's, you say not that good. That's a very solid chunk of whack. Okay.
Just not as good.
Just not as good. No. So you get a solid hit on her, kind of sinking down a little bit, like into the meat of her pectoral, like immediately beneath her collarbone.
Awesome. And then I would just like to take my bonus action to hide sort of behind this banister area, if you'll allow me to.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be really hard, not really possible for you to hide from the position you just shot from, as well as just got shot from. This, like, you're a fairly brightly colored creature, and you just got hit and took a shot at somebody else from that exact same position. So I would say you'd have to move if you wanted to stealth somewhere.
All right.
How brightly lit is the boat?
And there are several torches. Like these guys, the only person that you guys have seen that can see in the dark, is the wizard, as well as I believe the fucking the first guy that y'all saw, the furry dude. I keep blanking on that race for some reason.
Bugbear.
Bugbear. I believe bugbears also have dark vision.
And
Quick,
that's fair.
Quick interjection. What is it giving us 1d4 again?
You're not getting the
What?
1d4. It's just Jakob and Bart, or not Jakob and Bart. Jakob and Gloob. It's,
But what is the effect for future reference?
It's my cleric ability.
Yeah, it's his emboldening bond.
Yeah.
I mean, if I need to move, I mean, I don't want to be cheesy with it, but if I just move to like over here, would that still, or right here?
I'm gonna have to say,
Or
like, anywhere
don't-
along that banister isn't really gonna provide enough coverage for you to hide in it.
Gotcha. And all this is pretty barren. Nothing up here.
But I will point out though, farther back cuts off the angle a lot. So if you wanted to just run towards the back of the boat, you might be able to get some semblance of hiddenness, perhaps.
It's fine. I don't want to abandon my
Okay.
friend, so I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
I got you. So it's just not a ton of places to hide on the top deck of a ship.
Right.
So that's gonna end your turn?
Yep.
Okay. Which is gonna skip the captain because he's dead, and brings us to our good pal Bart. What would you like to do, buddy?
I'd like Mr. Is it Mr.? Whatever. It's an elf. The drow to make a wisdom saving throw, as there's a nice grandfather clock sort of tolls across the deck of the ship.
All right. A nice little dong. What's the save? So 14. Make your save. Sorry, I figured.
Is what?
14.
No.
Make your save. Nope. And
It's 15.
I believe. I think he did. He did get hit.
Oh, that's 12. Hell yeah.
I believe, yeah, because Julian hit him with a pew pew Eldritch Blast. There we go. Let's roll that.
Thank
D20.
you, Julian.
With a gun. Julie hit him with a gun.
He pulled out.
Basically, is Eldritch Blast not just a magic gun? 12. You rolled max
Yeah.
damage on that? Nice.
Yeah.
Good gracious. Yeah, that.
Julian just pulled out a Glock and was like, "I'm tired of this elf."
Which 12? Oh. And with that, as this bell tolls, and the blood starts to kind of run from this dark elf's nose. Not that you can really see it from the side, but you see him kind of hunch over and flinch in pain. And as he does so, the magical wind that he had called forth dies down.
Hey.
Nice, good job. So, is that gonna be it for
No.
your turn, Bart?
No, sir.
Okay. What you doing?
I'll use my movement to come get up on this boat. It's turned over.
Okay.
And be within 5 feet of these two guys. And then just as
You're getting on the boat?
whatever method will get me within 5 feet of both of those dudes
it's
with
not
crossbows.
taking it the full thing. You can be standing like next to that section of the boat if you would like. So you are now standing right in front of Purple.
He's gonna
Right.
Captain Morgan the boat with 1 foot.
Are you trying to be within 5 feet of both of them?
Yes. If I have to get up on the boat, that's fine.
And it's just kind of awkward for how they put the boat on the map. I don't know why they put it straddling lines like that. That's really stupid.
Let's go.
I
I have enough movement to get
To
in
kinda-
either square, so
Right. I got you. Just for the sake of seeing if you roll really poorly, roll an acrobatic check for me as you kind of like try to jump up on top of this boat.
14.
14, you're fine. So you kind of you running your little halfling legs over there and kind of leap up, and you're kind of your foot on the crest of the boat and your other foot kind of steadying yourself on the side, and you're now stood on top of this boat.
Just gonna, I mean, not as like an actual action, but just say to these two guys, y'all might want to put those crossbows down. I don't think your buddies out there are faring too well. Just kind of, with a quick glance, watch the drow sort of bleeding out in the nose, and this other dude's head just sort of rolling across the deck. Might be a good call. And that'll be the rest of my turn.
They just kind of like glance up at you, glance around, and you can see they're kind of maybe a little uneasy. They still got some fight in their eyes. Which will now bring us to Jakob.
All right.
Hey!
Which you don't have to make a saving throw because your boy Bart knocked that dude's concentration off. That would
Once
have been
again,
a bad day.
appreciate you. Can I shove somebody sideways?
You kind of have to shove them directly away from you.
If I stay within if I move like right here, will I get an AOP?
No, AOP will not be triggered on you now.
All right. I will be moving right there and then attempting to shove her off the boat.
Okay.
Jesus fucking Christ,
If
Chris.
I recall correctly, it's an attack roll then followed. I don't know why I struggle with the shoving rules so much.
It's
Yeah,
an
I have it.
athletics check.
Is it an athletics check? Is it contested athletics?
Yep.
Okay, make an
Or
athletics check for me.
Dexterity. Contested by the target's strength or dexterity.
All right, go ahead and roll that for me. Is it? Yeah, because it's an opposed athletics. It's not just a straight check.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a natural 20.
Is it natural?
Oh
Wow.
my gosh.
So it'll be 24.
Yeah, that was close because she rolled a 22 total, so she
All
did
right.
good.
Shit.
Yeah, I was like, this is gonna be a toughie. But you kind of swing around the side. She's kind of trying to follow you while not doing her best to ignore the arrow sticking up out of her. But you go in for kind of like a fake out, like you're gonna attack her, and then shove her with the kind of the hilt and flat part of the blade of your greatsword. Catches her off guard and just get her like kind of up underneath her ribs, shove upwards, and she goes tumbling off the back of the boat.
Nate is about to get a great surprise.
Here's here. Oh shit! Splash.
Oh man.
I'm not sure how water combat works. I really didn't expect anybody to. I should have known better. I didn't think there would be too much time being spent just shoving people off of boats and stuff. So
I think
probably
they
my
both
bad.
would be attacking each other with disadvantage.
I think so. Okay, is that gonna be it for your turn? Yeah.
And
I'm
though
not-
sorry.
I was just saying, I'm not 100% certain, but I think like the kind of easy rule they do for attacking things underwater is that you don't take disadvantage if you have a swim speed.
That makes sense. Which I think the only person on this boat with a swim speed is Julian. So your boy is pretty unique in that fashion. So you said that's it for you, Jakob?
No.
No,
If
what
I've
else would you
moved
like to do?
previously, can I move again still?
Yeah, you can still use the rest of your movement.
Okay, then I'm gonna move up here.
Move up where?
Up
Um,
against the face of the wizard.
Yep, that's
Hell
fine.
yeah.
You're still standing in Red's threatened range. Or Red's dead.
Red is dead,
I didn't X him off because I'm a dummy. So that's my bad. But yeah, so he's dead. You go running past his corpse, which is bleeding down through the grate below, and you're now in front of the wizard.
All right. That will be the end of my turn.
And that'll be the end of your turn, which brings us to the man who is being spoken of moments ago, Julian.
All right. Well, there's only that one individual next to me. Let's see. I'm believing I'm just going to give him a swipe with the sword.
You're taking a sweep attack with your sword. Okay. Roll that attack for me.
Does a 14 hit?
Close. It does land.
Oh, it does. Okay, I thought you were saying close.
It was close
but no.
to missing. Sorry, other way around.
Gotcha. Damage is less impressive with a 7 total after bonuses.
7 total. All right,
Yep.
you get,
Solid damage.
yeah, you get a solid slice on this guy, which is Bandit Orange. I have to color code them rather than number them because I can't stick numbers on them in Roll20. So a nice solid 7 damage. You get a solid, very solid swipe on this dude, and you cut a bloody gash crossways across his chest. Does that be it for your turn?
Oh, that's not the, there we go. And I'm gonna move right there, kind of getting closer to the edge.
Okay, you are now closer to the edge.
Good. All right, and not a whole lot more I can do. So, yeah.
Okay. So that is it for your turn, which will now bring us to Ned. Poor Ned. He is floundering around in the water. Y'all can hear it. You're splishing and splashing, and y'all heard a kind of yelp from down there when Jakob shoved that other lady off of the boat down into the water, and some yelling followed quickly thereafter. He's freaking out a bit. He's just trying to make a beeline to get up out of the water. So she's gonna try to smack him on the dome with a hammer at disadvantage. She's a natural fucking 1 at disadvantage, so she just goes for a swing and she loses the hammer. So she has no more hammer. Consequences for critical failure. Woo.
It just goes.
It just slips out of her hand.
Yeah, basically, like, she went to swing it and just, like, splashed really, like, hard beside him, and it just went, whoo! Ah, fuck. Which y'all don't know that, but Ned knows. Ned knows. And y'all shortly thereafter, after hearing a loud splash, like somebody slapped the water, like, in a pool, just sploosh. Y'all see Ned drag himself up off on the side of the ship, and just kind of like flops over the side of the railing, wet but not dead.
Just
Shoves
look
Ned
at him and
back in.
say, "It's about time you joined us."
Just kind of glances over. He's like, heavy breathing. Doesn't really have time to respond. Which brings us to our wizard friend's turn.
More wind.
If only. Let's
More wind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just need to double check something. He's gonna kind of glance at you, Jakob, and at most of his reinforcements having been kind of dealt with, and is gonna kind of make a jump backwards and kind of trying to go around this blue guy right here, which is gonna grant you an AOP.
Oh, this poor fool. All right, so I'm going to use the D4 for that.
Okay, go ahead and swing.
That is 16.
16? It hits. Dude doesn't look like he's very well armored.
10.
10 damage? Okay, you get, as he's kind of trying to back away from you, get a solid slice across his front, but he just kind of grunts in pain, but kind of continues his backpedaling, trying to keep his like what he's got for reinforcements between you and him. Actually, he's gonna stay right there. Okay, right there, kind of looking around, seeing who he has kind of close by, and in a similar manner is gonna kind of flick his I was about to say his wand, his staff, into the palm of his left hand, where a blue glow begins in his palm before flicking it back out in the direction of Julian as a bolt of electricity comes streaking across the deck. That's a natural 20. So, This hit comes slamming into you, Julian, right after you got your swipe across.
Throw him in the water.
It doesn't have a shove effect, okay?
I can arrange it.
It does have it doesn't have a shove effect. 4, and that's gonna hit you for 16 points of lightning damage.
Ow!
And just comes slamming into your side as you're facing this guy, just coursing through your entire body.
I am down.
Oh.
I have exactly 16 hit points.
Oh shit. So you all, as you're looking, y'all are kind of surveying the battlefield. You see that what y'all have more or less, everybody as a group has deduced is probably your biggest threat at this time, since this jagged piece of lightning zigzagging across the deck and comes slamming into Julian. Back arcs in pain, but after the fact, he just kind of and crumbles to the ground.
Did it hit Jakob or Julian?
Hit Julian.
Oh, okay. I thought it hit Jakob.
Mm-mm.
Damn.
If only.
That was a solid roll for the first one of his spells that's hit in a while.
Shit.
Yeah. So
Big yoinks.
that will, however, in his turn, just gonna bring us to the poor lady Jakob shoved in the water.
She better not come back up. I'm gonna shove her back in.
Let's just hope Ed does and just pommels her on the face back down.
She
Bad.
Do you move at half speed when climbing with the hook hand?
she's fairly practiced in the usage of the hook hand. So
You miss all shots you don't take.
So she makes it to the top of this ladder, kind of climbs up on top of it. Okay. Just want to make sure she didn't roll the 1, and kind of hot leaps over Ned's Julian's still form. Ned's gonna get an AOP on her because she is kind of trying to hustle over this direction. Which he is gonna hit, I believe.
Do it, Ned.
AC is very good. Yep. So didn't roll very good on his damage though. So he kind of gets as she's still kind of gasping, recovering from his trip down into the water. Just, takes a quick stab at her and slices her like across kind of her back a little bit, cutting through her armor a smidgen. But she carries about her merry way. So which would be 25, 30. Oh goodness! And she comes up and gets up right behind you, Bart.
All right.
Which when her turn and bring it to the dude who's having a hard time. Oh man.
Julian?
No, not Julian. Guy Julian was giving a hard time. He this dude glanced over, seeing just still like Julian's body just kind of twitching on the floor. Sees his buddy up here getting ready to have to get the business. Moves his way up to kind of back him up, coming over by Jakob, and he's taking a swipe at you with his curved blade. He misses. God damn, these guys can't roll for shit. Just skittering across your chain armor. Kind of you threw up an arm to kind of block it like you would a shield, and just skittering off to the side. Which end his turn. Brings us to purple.
Me?
Yeah. I didn't say glue. Also, I'm looking at a picture. You're pink.
I'm purple.
Looking kind of pink over there.
Purple.
Watch yourself now.
I can't help that you're colorblind.
I can't help the artist doesn't know the color purple is. Alright, that's not my fault.
You want me to color correct that in Photoshop a little bit, Jones?
That's purple. Get out of here.
The bandit who is being identified with the purple dot at the side of his token is kind of taking your words to heart, Bart, about, maybe he needs to kind of lay down this crossbow and kind of chucks it off to the side before drawing his own scimitar off the side of his waist and taking a swing at you. Which, if I remember correctly, a 9 does not hit your AC.
Nope.
He's coming in for a swing, and you just kind of throw up your shield in a kind of a lazy and just kind of ping, bouncing off like the metal rim of your buckler. This guy, however, is keeping his crossbow out and seeing where you're located is actually kind of taking a side step down, which, since you succeeded, even though it's wonky looking on the map, I'll give you an AOP on him. Bart.
Does 15 hit?
15, I think, hits barely. It does. It's not as barely as it could be, but it does hit.
Nice.
A smack-a-maroo for 5 points of damage.
Bow! Give him a resounding bonk on kind of the side. A resounding bonk. Like you feel like you heard his teeth rattle a little bit as you kind of clip him in the side of the jaw, as you from your place atop this little rowboat that they have up there. However, he saw he got a solid hit on you last time, and he's taking another shot at you, Gloob. He's reloaded his crossbow, and you're an isolated threat. I don't think a 10 hits your AC though.
It does not.
Comes flying in and slams right into one of the posts of the banister railing, and just kind of quivering there for a second. Kind of, you can see him like across the way cursing under his breath while he's reaching down, pulling out another quarrel, and starting to ratchet back his crossbow. Which brings us to our good old friend, Bandit the Blue.
Bandit the Blue.
Bandit the Blue. This guy.
Can you ping that one for me?
Blue is this one up here. The
Okay,
guy that's been on the deck for most of this fight. He wasn't part of the reinforcements.
That's the one with the bow, right?
Yes. He has been using a bow, but like,
Why don't you back away like your friends?
well, like some of his compatriots, he has seen that people are getting thoroughly thwacked for doing that, and he's instead gonna chuck his bow off to the side and step in to kind of maybe force you to have to split your attention a little more before coming in with a swipe of his own. Except this one's with he looks like he's got more of a club or a mace of his own, kind of more a worse version of what Bart's rolling with. Good gracious, these guys can't roll to save their life. With a mighty 7, coming with an overhand from that weapon, which you're very easily able to just kind of tap aside with the blade of your greatsword. Which will bring us to the top of the round. We're only 3 rounds into this fucking shit. Holy hell. Gloob! What would you like to do, my friend?
I'm gonna kind of stand on this banister, since it's not really doing much for me anyways. I'm gonna take an arrow and just rub it across my stomach and aim at Pink.
Okay.
And while still maintaining eye contact with him, since he just missed that shot, I want to get his eye. And then I'm going to turn my attention to this person here and just nail them in the back of the head with an arrow.
Give me 1 second. Actually, because I keep...
Sure.
This right here, that is the mast.
Ah, okay.
So, you can take the shot. I would give her 3/4 cover though, if you were taking. Okay, there you go.
Gotcha. If I were to move up here and do it.
There you go. That would be a direct shot.
Okay. Same thing, and I'm gonna use my D4 on the attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll it for me.
I'm actually rolling really well tonight. That is a +6, 29.
29.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
and you said you poisoned it, correct?
I did.
She fails shit at roll your poison damage. I'm rolling like garbage.
Good.
For the most part.
I wish I would have.
That crit on Julian was the best I've rolled so far.
8, 12, 6. So 12 points of piercing damage and 6 points of poison damage for a total of 18 damage.
Question: is she within 5 feet of Bart?
I believe you added your sneak attack damage to that, correct?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So,
Dude, I was like, holy shit, he didn't add sneak attack. He got 18 damage? Fucking Christ, that's a badass little frog.
you're from a distance this time. You take your shot and you chose well. It kind of goes in between the straps of a couple of pieces of the armor on her back, slamming in. Kind of stumbles forward for a second in pain, and similar fashion to the captain, except you can't really be close enough at this moment before kind of freezing up and falling over on the ground. She is dead.
Hell yeah.
I would like
That's
to
even better.
turn my attention back to Pink, who I was glaring at, nook another arrow, and just do this.
And you see him kind of like eyes flick over to you and flick over to her, and while he's kind of like snarling before, he's kind of that is immediately way more concerned. He's like, oh shit.
Good.
So purple just slapped at me, and I blocked it.
Correct.
And then pink tried to move away, and I smacked the shit out of him.
You bonked
And
him
then
out the side
all of a
the mountain.
sudden, the chick that came up behind me just fell over dead, probably like foaming at the mouth a little bit, right?
Correct. Yeah, like it's not looking good.
All right, I'll keep saying the pink and purple, and I guess the wizard person, if they can hear me, something along the lines of, now, y'all might think that this is within your right to just come and take what you want to, but it ain't. And I got something a lot more powerful on my side. I got faith. Faith's the heal, and faith's the hurt. And I'll use my bonus action when I say faith's the heal, and use healing word on Julian, and then I'd like a wisdom saving throw on Mr. Doral.
On the drow, okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Praise be to this tiny cleric.
That's 8 points of healing on Julian.
Okay. So you fling your healing magic over at Julian, and you toll your clock, and you hear the doom doom. And you kind of take a glance over at the drow, and this time he seems like see him kind of react to the sound, but his eyebrows just as he just glares at you, and with no
damage.
Yeah, does not. He nat 20'd his save.
Oh shit!
So that's two nat 20s in a row for him. So he's doing pretty good.
Don't let him do it again.
All right.
All right, that's my turn. Holding my ground. Actually, know what? That's not.
You were no longer.
I'm going
down,
to
Julian.
casually slide down the one square off the other side of this boat. If I can select my token, there we go. Whoop. Keep both these ranged boys within 5 feet.
Like you're going off the side of off of the boat.
Or I can slide down forward right there.
Okay, that's probably be more of the move for you there. That'll keep you within the purple's threatened range.
Yep.
All right. Very well. It's gonna be it for your turn.
Yep.
Okay. Which brings us from our boy Bart down to our boy Jakob. You have two fellas on either side of you who are saying mean things and trying to cut you up a little bit and smush you a little bit in one's case. What would you like to do?
I'm going to kind of distractedly look up and then look down really quickly and try to take a swing at the guy in front of me.
Which direction in front? Purple or orange?
Orange.
Blue or orange? Orange? Okay.
Orange.
All right.
I'm going to use the D4.
All right. Go ahead and roll for me.
That is 18 plus 6, so 24.
It hits. Roll your damage.
All right. That is 10 damage.
10 damage. Nice solid kind of stroke as you kind of cut down into a good chunk of his chest. A little bit of blood gurgles up into his mouth before he also, similarly to his compatriot slumps to the ground, deceased.
All right. And I know this is going to trigger an AOP, but I also know that this guy wasn't able to hit me last time,
Right.
so I'm going to move right.
Move over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, so like you said, it's going to trigger an AOP. That is an 18 plus 3, which a 21, I believe, hits your AC. Wow, he did max damage. For 7 points of bludgeoning damage, you got to retreat. Just slams into kind of the back of your shoulder.
So I take 4 because of the heavy
Correct.
armor master.
Correct. All right.
All right, that's it.
That's going to be it for your turn. All right. That brings us to Julian. Julian, you have just, after being, fish fried a bit through electrical means, regained consciousness as you kind of hear the tail end of Bart saying something about faith. You are prone on the ground by the edge of the ship. What would you like to do?
I am going to crawl right there.
I will go ahead and remove this because since you did drop lose consciousness, your
hex is gone.
Hex did fade.
Yep. I'm going to crawl right there.
You're remaining prone?
Yep.
Okay.
You can make ranged attacks from prone just fine. I'm going to draw a dagger off my belt, and hitting her with that Hex Blades curse, I'm going to very angrily yeet this dagger
at the
spellcaster.
Oh, okay. So you Hex Blades curse. So whatever that looks like for you, I can't recall.
Same flavor as Hex. Same thing.
Gotcha. And you chuck a dagger. Will that attack for me?
19, which is a crit with Hex Blades curse.
Is. Roll your damage.
Nice.
So roll that d4, double it, and add your flat.
Very nice.
Max damage does 12 points of damage total.
Wow. Good. That's your charisma?
So 13. My bad. 13 points of damage.
Yeah. Okay. So it's like, wait a second. 13 points of damage. Knife goes spinning across, and just you feel like it left your hand with you as you curse this person.
No, 12.
12. 8.
You don't get your charisma bonus. It's your proficiency to damage.
Right, but you're a Hexblade, correct?
Right, but the sword is my hexed weapon, not my daggers.
You can only choose one.
When you finish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that goes spinning across as you utter your curse at this wizard, and it spinning end over, and it slams into kind of the meaty chunk of his stomach into his robes, and it hunches over forward in pain and is breathing really heavily, lots of red. You can't see the red, but you just see dark spreading through across his robes from that spot. But he is up, but looking not great. Is that be it for your turn? You're muted.
Yes,
Muted. Okay.
Yes, that's pretty much all I got.
Okay, just making sure. All right, and that's gonna bring us to everybody's favorite, Ned, who he's wet and irritated. He's been having a bad time on this boat, and he's gotten himself situated. I'm gonna turn him so he actually looks like he's facing what he's supposed to be doing. And seeing Jakob move up on this spellcaster and seeing this guy take a swipe at you is 10, 15, and is going to put himself directly between Jakob and this guy before going in with a stab of his own. For a 17 to hit. That hits. Who's laughing at fucking poor fucking Ned? He's doing his best.
Always laugh at Ned.
That's fucked
no
up,
matter
man.
what.
He's done so much for you. For the most
He's like
part.
a drowned puppy right now.
He's having a hard time. And he gets a solid stab once more on this guy. I will say, Ned's actually landed most of his attacks in the recent past. This session, he's landed most of his attacks. For a solid stab on Blue. Once more, kind of cutting into the meat of this guy's upper torso. Not landing a critical blow, but seeming to do a solid bit of damage. Which is gonna bring us to our deck wizard friend. I'm hearing a lot of roll 20 messages, you bitches.
It's literally 2.
I don't care. They're loud. I don't fucking care. Which this dude, like I said, he's huffing and puffing and looking all sorts of shit right about now. Y'all fucked this man up, especially the last couple of attacks. Okay. Hey, looking over at Jakob. And where, how many of enemies, like there's a guy with a bow up there, there's a dude just chucked the knife at him, there's another guy that started attacking his buddy, and he just looks at the ground and just a quick exclamation in some language, which actually, I believe, what languages do you speak, Julian?
Is he saying it in Grunk?
No.
Common, primordial, and undercommon.
Okay, I thought you spoke undercommon. And you just, you hear this dude just yell out in undercommon, just vanish, and fucking flings his hand at the ground with a similarly, smoky kind of mist trailing off of his hands, and a bubble of just dense fog appears, centered about right here.
Ninja vanish.
Yeah.
Man just ninja vanished on us.
Ninja
The
vanished on you.
disrespect.
Yeah, how do y'all feel about that? How does that make you feel? I can't remember how to draw a circle. I just want a circle.
Hold down Alt.
Is it just Alt when you're freehand?
No, you have to
Is it draw
go
shape?
to the paintbrush and then draw shape.
Yeah, draw shape, Alt. That's right. 20 feet. I'm not 100% on how far 20 feet is, but...
Technically.
yanking people around. Because it should be a 20-foot radius. 10, 15, 20. So that's a big-ass circle, actually.
Yeah, that's pretty big for 20 feet.
20-foot radius or diameter?
I feel like it's 20-foot radius.
Ooh.
I'll double check, though.
That's like almost a whole boat.
It's a lot. Y'all kind of... Yeah, it's 20-foot radius. This is a fireball-sized sphere of fog.
I'm glad it's fog and not fire.
You thought this dude was just gonna fucking
Agreed.
sacrificial lamb himself?
Just jump off the boat and just fucking
Chaos
slam
on
on
the boat.
chaos on the boat.
Oh man, 5, 10. Good grief! I don't know why I thought this was gonna be smaller than it is, but this is basically just encompassing this entire middle section of the boat. Just immediate, dense white fog.
Shit.
I'm trying to determine how to deal with this because y'all can't see,
Like,
even within like
5 feet in
5
front of
feet
us?
of you. No, because it is. I believe that's how it's phrased. And it is heavily obscured, so y'all are, if I recall correctly, basically you're effectively
Blinded.
blind. You're effectively blinded inside this circle. So I'm actually, to make this easier for myself, I'm just gonna move these guys all that are in it. Oops, wrong button. So y'all can't see them. Those are the only guys that are alive, right? Okay, everybody else has red X's. Boom. So y'all are where you are. You technically can't really see each other either, but I'm not like that's gonna be on y'all to do, and y'all can no longer see any of your enemies. Anybody happen to know how AOPs work when you're blinded? Do you get them? I have no idea. At the very least, it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, that would be a ruling on you, but your attacks are at disadvantage when you're blinded. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to rule that you could hear them walking away on the wood
Yeah,
and
I
lashing
will.
out, it would just be a disadvantage.
Rules is written, you can only make AOPs against people you can see.
There you go. So you you hear some quick footsteps, Jakob, but you can't get a bead on their source. Y'all are all in there. Okay. And that'll be the end of his turn. Which I'm actually as this puffs out and you hear the footsteps of the drow retreating, you hear him call out, "Rally the lizards!" as he kind of runs back. You should thump, thump, thump.
Do you hear which direction the thump 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 goes?
Towards the bow of the ship. I'll give you that.
So on my side, hell yeah.
On your side of the boat. Mm-hmm. Yep, so that's his turn. We're gonna bring it down. She's dead. Get her off my initiative tracker. We're gonna bring us to that guy. He's also dead. Get him off my initiative tracker. Y'all keep killing everybody. Brings us this guy. He's not dead. In response, immediately after you hear this barked order, and the wizard, you hear also more movement from kind of above you, Bart, as some footsteps recede, and then you hear a door slam open, and the rough voice of one of the smugglers come out and, "Come and earn your trade, then, lizard," or I don't know, "you scaly bastards." And followed by some hissing and general discontent, but you hear the some footfalls.
Does it sound like it's coming from that door in front of me?
Which way is in front?
Like,
of you?
I mean, it's at top of me, above me.
The voice did not go far. They're close.
Okay, so I mean, does it sound like it was coming from
the
door below me or above me?
Above you.
Okay.
It sounds like purple moved and made noise and stuff.
All right.
So, which I'm then gonna. Oh shit. Let me just double check what their stat block is real quick. I don't know why I didn't have them in here initially, but give me 1 second. Which will put them. What's your dex, Jakob?
14.
14. Okay. Boop. Okay. Which then brings us to this guy. You hear some more footfalls after, kind of more behind you, Bart, that are moving across the deck.
Okay. What way is the ship facing in relation to the coast?
Y'all came from the side, so the side that is, if you're looking at the map, the bottom side of the boat is the side that's facing towards the coast. That's the side you guys came up on. That you rowed your boat over to, and then it was kind of brought up.
All right.
Okay. So that's him, and that brings us to this guy who's gonna do a similar thing, except he's actually gonna. Okay. That's where he's at. Oh, whoops. Those guys switch places. All right. And that'll end his turn, which is going to bring us all the way to the back of the top of the round to Gloob. What'd you like to do, buddy?
This fog is persistent, not going anywhere.
It doesn't seem like it at this moment. It's covering up this whole, and to clarify, not only is it 20 feet wide, this is a 20-foot like half sphere. So it's blocking everything that you can see across from you as well.
In that case, I don't have much. I will remain where I'm at, looking out, keeping a close eye, and holding action to shoot the first hostile that I see.
Okay. So, first person that becomes visible, you're taking a shot?
First hostile, yes, sir.
Okay. So you're holding your turn, which is then going to bring us down to... Oh, God, I clicked away from the wrong page. To Bart. What are you doing, buddy?
About how tall did the mast seem from where the main cell was set?
I believe the way I ruled it, I think I said it was about 40 or 50 feet up is what it looked like, just from a quick eyeball, which I know if anybody's going to complain about it isn't the actual height of a mast. I discovered that later, but I'm sticking with it for now. So we suck it.
And is it currently any wind?
Not at this time. It's pretty calm night.
Calm.
All right. In that case,
Weather-wise,
I will move up to those stairs until I bump into something, and if I bump into something, I will grab it and toll dead on it.
Okay, so you move about 1 square up, and as you're trying to move into the next square, as you're trying to go into the next square, you can't see him, but you run into somebody, and you can hear some hissing off to your left.
Okay, can I put my face to it?
I'm
literally bumping into them and then going to cast Toll the Dead while... I mean...
I'm not 100% on how that's supposed to work, but why not?
They can make an opportunity attack on me or something?
Sure.
I'm literally touching
I'll give him a
face.
disadvantage, like, there's a guy touching me.
Oh, I don't know why I'm rolling. It's your roll.
Yeah, so I roll his attack, which misses because it's a disadvantage. I roll his wisdom save, which is an 18, and I don't think he has any bonuses. What's your DC?
Yeah, and DC's only 15.
Okay.
So was it a dude or a lizard that I bumped into?
You can smell this. This is a sweaty, like, human or humanoid smell. Like, you don't got any kind of, like, any like, you know how, like, snakes smell?
Right.
Like, they kind of get that musky, scaly scent or whatever.
Sure.
Like when you're in a reptile room or whatever. Like, it doesn't smell like that. So it's you ran into a guy.
All right.
Probably the owner of the voice that was yelling at the lizards. Yeah. You would assume. But yeah, so that sound rings out. You don't seem to get much reaction out of. Oh, what the hell?
I'm gonna continue my movement up to right here on the edge of the misty area.
Okay, so you trip around and you stumble through. As you come up onto those stairs, you see that this guy is standing at the top of them.
Oh hell yeah! Hey buddy.
As well as Blue is up on that side as well.
Holy shit! That dude hauled fucking ass.
Yes, he did. He took a dash action. That dude did not like where he was at the end of that last one.
I'll use my the nose of the ship is clear. Or the nose of the ship is clear. Get on up here.
All right, y'all hear Bart call that out from across the way.
Assholes are waiting.
All right, that brings us to Bart, or not Bart, Jakob.
Sure.
We got done with Bart. You don't get 2 turns.
I'm going. Forward 1 and then.
You're freezing up for me, man. What's that?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm gonna move forward 1 and then try to go all the way up to where Bart is, if possible. And if I run into anybody, I'm swinging the greatsword in their direction.
Okay, so move yourself 2 squares back in the direction that from you came from.
from where he is right now.
Yeah, where you are right now. Move two backwards. So right there, you come
Mhm.
face first into, like, running into a guy. So I'll go ahead and say you can swing at him at disadvantage for me.
Okay, do I roll the d4 for both? Or just one?
That's a good question. I'm gonna say roll it once, add the total to both die.
Okay. Okay, so that would be... First one would be 26. Then 20. Not
20?
natural.
So yeah, so
Nice.
you hit with a 20.
Hell yeah.
Go ahead and
All
roll
right.
damage for me.
Okay. 13.
13 damage. You bump into it and immediately, kind of take a half step back before just swinging crosswise across with your greatsword, since you can't get the precision to really come for an overarm swing, and you feel a thunk, or kind of a meaty thunk. So you're not like hitting a tree, and a gasp, and then there's no weight sitting, like, still stuck to your sword, kind of, and there's silence.
All right. Before I end my turn, I'm going to yell, "Get back here, you elvish bastard!"
Okay.
And then I'm done.
All right. That is gonna bring us to our hissy boys.
You just like chop Ned in half. Oh shit, no.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that'd have been horrible.
I think Gloob would give me a medal.
Oh no! That's so fucking wrong.
Oh man.
Oh man.
That's so fucked up. That's really fucked up. Okay. Wow, that's a lot. That's scarier than I expected. Okay. Oh man. Okay. And Bart and Jakob, I will say, y'all, is you hear more shuffling movements around that guy that you kind of ran into. Bart, you hear him kind of, oh god, as well as some snake-like hissing, as well as some more of the footfalls in a more rushed manner that are now kind of out and among the fog around you.
All right.
Okay. I think, and that'll be the end of their turn. Which brings us to Julian.
All right. Well, can I snatch my sword up, or would I have to like look for it?
Did you drop it? Oh, I mean,
When I went unconscious, I'm guessing I did. Do you not?
I mean, yeah, that's true. It's a good point. Since you're no longer in the same square, I would say you're gonna have to scrabble around on the deck and look for it a little bit. So roll.
Nope, not gonna do it.
You're
If
not
it's
gonna do
gonna
it?
take me
Okay.
time, if it's gonna take me time, I
Yeah,
ain't got
you
time.
would have to, like, you've crawled a little bit, but you're not super familiar with the ship, and it's hard to see, so you would have to be feeling it. You'd be like Velma over there. I can't find my glasses. So what would you
Yeah,
like
I'm
to do,
going
buddy?
to, in that case,
I will say,
get.
none of y'all know that y'all can't see these guys, for the record.
So,
So what you got, buddy?
gonna head that way.
Just
So
in a
you said
straight
there's,
line?
yeah, you said there's stairs at all 4 points, right?
No. Or
Here, here.
roll. I mean, you can see this right here. Roll a quick wisdom check for me. No, fuck that. I'm just gonna give it to you. You know, there are not stairs immediately in front of you. The ones you did see were kind of across the way, as well as the ones to your right when you first came up the boat.
Okay, gotcha. In that case,
Those are piles of rope on the map at those other corners, like that right there and that right there.
okay, I didn't see them on that one, so I assumed that you had removed them or whatever when you added the new sections.
Negatory Ghost Rider.
How tall are these banisters? Like if I want to just run up there and climb up that side.
I'm sorry. Let me look at a quick little thing.
Sorry.
I'd say they're a solid 10 feet up, because there are rooms and stuff on either side of here, so somewhere between like 9 and 10 feet high.
All right, so I wouldn't be able to like run up to it and scrabble over it or whatever.
There's plenty of spots for handholds, but it would be like a quick athletics check.
Right,
And,
so
and your climbing speed, you'd lose some of your movement going up that side, since it's not a thing that's meant to be climbed.
So with an athletics check, I can get right there.
Yeah, if you wanted to kind of climb up the side and hoist your way over the banister, yes.
All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and roll that before I place my token.
What? I mean, you're moved up to that side regardless, so you're 50.
Yeah. But I'm saying like before I actually am presumptuous enough to place it.
Yeah. I was saying
the other
you
side.
are using at least 15 feet of your movement. To try to do this.
Does a 13 get it?
Yeah, it's not hard. It's not a very hard check. It's about 10 feet up, which I believe you climb at half speed. So that's taken about. Actually, can you make it up? It's about that would have to be about 20 feet of your movement. So I'll say you make it to the top and you're hanging on the side as you make it up to the top, and kind of you can stick your head out of the mist, out of the fog as you get your way up there, and you can see these two figures up there.
Okay.
That's
works for me.
That's about as far as you can get. You're just like, shit. Hey, you over there? Got any cigarettes?
I'm gonna stay like kind of hung down. I ain't trying to make a target out of myself.
That's fair.
Halfway
As you can see, Blue Bandit has retrieved his bow before his mad dash to the other side of the boat.
Yeah, I'm staying here, kind of half in this fog, hung down a little bit.
You're not obscured by it, but you're not necessarily immediately noticeable either.
I ain't drawing attention to myself.
Right. So you did just kind of go, like pull yourself up, like the extraneous, or maybe not quite that loud. This might be a little hyperbolic, but still, you were just kind of. Oh.
I got you.
You see, Blue's head kind of twitches over to the side as you make your way up. But yeah, is that gonna be it for your turn?
I don't think there's any.
You technically only used your movement.
Are you going to let me throw a knife from this position?
That's a good point. So you're kind of clutched on the side of it, so not really.
I mean, if you'll let me have a one-arm
like
throw,
to kind of like to undo it and then.
Yo, just shank that motherfucker into the gas. Yoink Blue off the side.
He doesn't have any movement. He can't get over.
Eldritch Blast.
Hey, yeah.
Can I
tentacle?
Remember your abilities. I mean, yeah, you can see these guys. Yeah, you're kind of like hunched over the side there, like, yeah.
Are we gonna grasping tentacle this guy?
Which guy?
Caster. I got my eye on the prize. All right.
Come on.
This dude is seriously like still kind of hunched over with one hand kind of grasping the hilt of your knife that's still embedded like in his stomach.
I rolled a 9, so that's a 14 total.
14 total to hit. I believe that hits. Yeah, it does. Roll damage.
All right, and I'm pulling.
Okay. You do that.
I rolled an 8 plus 2 from my hex.
What hex?
Hexblade's curse.
Does that apply to Eldritch Blast or just weapon attacks?
One moment. I thought it was.
I was under the impression it just applied to weapon attacks. I really haven't ever thought about it. It's you always use it for blade.
I've always thought of things like that.
It probably does. Honestly, look at it just for future case. He is dead as shit though. Like you.
It says I get +2 to damage rolls.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
I couldn't quite remember. You fling out your hand and that black energy forms itself into tentacles as it comes up and wraps around his body, and you hear a cracking sound as the top of the tentacle kind of forces his neck at an odd angle to the side, and it kind of yoinks towards you a little bit, but it just kind of flops onto the ground on whoops, wrong layer. Into like
still
this square.
That corpse.
Huh?
I'm throwing it at this guy's feet. That's 10 feet of movement I get with this body.
Yeah, this dude kind of yeah. He doesn't get smacked by it, but he's kind of sidesteps.
This is a
intimidation tactic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I get 5 hit points back.
Yeah, you do. It lands at this guy's feet, and this dude like is looking down at that and glances back and over where you're hunched, like leaning over the side with like an outstretched hand in his direction. Just like kind of looks like he might be panicking a little bit.
Hey, can I have free action to just let go?
Sure.
All right, I don't
roll an acrobatics check for me.
Okay. 13 plus
how
2.
much? 17?
15, not 17.
Okay, 15
I mean,
total.
if you'll give me a 17.
No, I mean, it won't matter. You're not very high up. I guess it is a little harder because you're falling into somewhere you can't see. You kind of fall down, which I will say the fog is dissipating as this happens. You kind of drop down and stumble a little bit, but you maintain your footing, and this disappears, which is gonna reveal for everybody else.
Nice.
Oops, let me get on the right layer.
I'd say if you were gonna rule that I land on my ass, then so be it.
Nah, it was you basically would have had to botch to like you're 10 feet, dude. Like it's not high. These gentlemen.
Oh shit! Yep, that was exactly what you said, kid.
Huh. Okay. They were unfortunately also holding their actions. So you see Lizard Man here in the front. Lizard Man number 1 holding a javelin in his hand immediately goes for a spear straight forward at you, Jakob. He's trying to stab you up. That's the wrong page for their attacks. Which is gonna be 7 to hit. So once again, you like everything clarifies in front of you. You very quickly react and slap his javelin on the side. He just kind of hisses at you. Then which will be this guy. What is? Let me check the range. I'm pretty sure he can throw it, but let's see whether it's a disadvantage or not. 30 or 120 feet. Which 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This one right here in the middle, Gloob, just like glances around and sees a frog standing on top of the banister and hauls back and chucks his javelin in your direction for an 18 to hit.
It hits.
And that is going to hit you. Oh, wow. That was really lucky. For 3 points of piercing damage. As it mostly just kind of glances across your side, but kind of slices it on its way through. You can see, and after he chucks that, you see him kind of pull a big club from his side that had been hanging there.
Whoa. Hey now.
What?
You can only use your ready action whenever you're doing a ready action.
Okay, fine. You see him reaching his hand down towards a club hanging at his side. Does that make you feel better?
100%.
So you see this big kind of menacing club at his side.
He's grabbing with intent.
Yeah, grabbing with intent. And that leaves this last guy right down here at the bottom who was peering around in a similar fashion, who has that fog clears his head, snaps to the side to you, Julian, and he lunges out at you with his spear. Roll this one because this one's been rolling better. And that is going to be a 14 to hit. Does it miss? You're muted. I'm assuming the nod is a yes, it misses.
Yes, it misses.
Okay, just making sure because I wasn't getting much out of you.
I'm nervous because I ain't got my shield, so my AC is down to 15.
So that spear comes lashing out at you, and kind of part of your movement as you're stumbling back down from dropping down off of the banister, you kind of go with the motion and just streaks in front of you before he immediately hauls it back at his side.
Butthole making diamonds right now.
Old.
I bet.
Did Gloob get his attack?
Oh yeah, Gloob. I know you just said the first hostile.
Mm-hmm.
Pick a hostile because they all became visible at the same time.
They all became hostile.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Shoot them all.
The closest one to me. So
this
this
lizard man right here in the
person
front.
right here. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that is most readily available.
All right, go ahead and make an attack roll for me.
Okay. Probably not gonna hit, and I didn't call my D4 because I'm a dummy. 11.
11 to hit. Unfortunately, not. It comes streaking across at you, and this lizard folk, even after his attack getting blocked, is kind of up in a ready stance, and it seems almost like he probably heard the creak of you draw your bow, and it snaps up his shield and just impales itself on the side. Oh man. And that was just Julian's turn. Holy shit. I'm having a hard time keeping track of this bullshit. God, especially with everybody having readied actions. Okay. Which brings us now to Ned. God damn. Ned, after the fog is cleared, he heard some yelling over in this direction. Is running up to 15, 20, and is stepping on top of this guy's body, which apparently didn't move this guy to the back. So he's treading on his corpse, getting kind of a looking at these guys. Notices the three new lizard contenders and decides to deal with the old before approaching the new, and takes for a stab at Purple.
Nice.
For a hit, I believe. Oh, these guys have shitty AC. Yeah, he hits them. Woo! Oh, there you go, Ned. 6. See, look at that. All we had to do was get a new session, and Ned's rolling like a champ.
Finally.
Except for his strength save to not get knocked off the boat. Wait, so that's Purple.
Oh,
What?
nothing.
Nothing? Hey, this man is contributing, okay? And he comes,
how many kills has he gotten?
he's whittled several of the things that you've just one hit have been because he's half health them first, Christopher. So he comes in, par for the course, lands a stab in kind of the hip region of Purple's leg, just kind of going in where his armor isn't as readily available, and digging in with his short sword before whipping it back out. Purple grunting in pain and looking around, kind of grabbing his bearings of the situation. He doesn't see the wizard up at the top, so he's a bit confused, but then he also just got stabbed. Which will be Ned's turn. The deck wizard is dead. Rip to that guy. Purple is pink is dead. We're gonna go ahead and swipe him off the list. Purple being where he is, he just got a bunch more allies, but he also just got stabbed. So he's taking a swipe at Ned. That's gonna fucking hit. Alright, 19 to hit on our boy Ned. On the bright side, I don't have to switch through nearly as many stat blocks because you guys have killed most of the unique stat blocks. So nice job, fellas. Appreciate it.
Always happy to make it easier for you in that regard.
Live to serve.
Appreciate it. Luckily for Ned, he got healed last time though, and he gets that stab off. The smuggler immediately swings out and retaliates, getting a slice kind of across the top of Ned's collarbone region, and part of his chest. Ned stumbled, like kind of taking a half step back before bringing himself back into a ready position. Which brings our way to Blue, who, like I said, has gotten his bow back out. And while he's shaken, y'all haven't really tried to take any prisoners aside from one halfling recommending they put down their weapons. He's gonna take a shot at his rival archer across the way, who like y'all are like a sniper battle up here.
Wow.
Within
Everybody
21 to
hates
hit.
frogs.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
That's gonna be 5 points of piercing damage as another short bow shot comes lancing across the boat in your direction, Gloob.
Still up?
Woo!
Barely.
Hell yeah.
Catches you in a meaty frog thigh, and it hurts like a bitch, but mama didn't raise a tadpole. You're a grown ass frog.
You see those thighs? Those thighs are not meaty.
They're meaty for you, okay? Little do you
Frog
know,
legs are pretty
this guy
tasty.
is French. He's like, I have frog leg tonight. Which brings us all the way back to the top of our initiative. It's a Gloob. Gloob, you just got a javelin toss that snicked past you and shot with another arrow. You're having a bad day.
Yeah,
What would you like to do?
I'm not looking good, that's for sure. But my friends are surrounded. And I don't have much recourse.
Okay.
Unfortunate. I'm going to use my D4 on my attack.
Okay. Go ahead.
And I'm going to go for this guy right here in front of Jakob and by Ned.
Taking a shot at the lizard. Okay.
Yep.
Go right ahead. And you've used both uses of your poison today?
Yep.
Okay. Or for this short rest anyway. Okay. Roll that attack.
That is 10 plus 2 plus 6. 18.
18 to hit total.
Yep.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Is 10 plus 4. 14 points of piercing damage.
How much?
14.
14 to that lead lizard. This time he's a little less swift to bring up his shield. And it comes in under, like, and this time you kind of went low, whereas before you went high, and that's where he caught it on his shield, and it goes down and kind of comes in under his ribs here and sinks almost up to the fletching. Lets out a loud kind of hiss roar of pain. This kind of and he's in pain, but he's still standing. You landed a solid hit on him.
I would then like to. Could I pick up my sword? Not equipping it. I just want to pick it up and throw it in my waist real quick. Could I do that if I use the movement to move back up?
You're only holding your bow in one hand. You already fired your shot. Yeah, I'd say you could kind of flick it up and like shove it in real quick.
Okay, then if that's the case, I would like use 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. So I'm counting 5, 10, and then 15.
And hopping off the side.
Well, I just no. I want to move up to here behind the mast and try to get some cover from the archer specifically.
What is your movement speed's 25, correct?
Correct.
So you were here 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 would put you around here.
25 would put him here. Then I'll
each of these is kind of a square.
Then I will bonus action dash to get right there.
Okay, there you go. That's not really a square, so you'd kind of be like off here to that side. Yeah. kind of where you're sitting there would be kind of more the square you're in. Okay. So yeah, he doesn't really have a direct line of sight on you at this time.
And that will be my turn.
Wait, your turn. All right, and that will move us from Gloob to Bart. What would you like to do, buddy?
Do these lizard folk look like they're hired mercenaries, or they look like they were being like caged down there?
They look perfectly healthy, from what you.
They
can
don't
see.
have like shackles on or anything like that.
No, these guys they're big and like they look well fed and everything, and they look mean. None of you happen to speak Draconic, do you?
I do.
You do speak Draconic?
Yep.
Nice.
So you've probably heard some cursing from them, as well as their initial response when he told them to get out there and earn their trade, which was, hey, will you stop? He's fucking with shit behind me, goddamn. Which was it is a hissing, just whatever serves the queen, as they and a few affirmations as they before as you heard them initially troop out onto the deck.
I get up to the top of those stairs, and I'll cast Toll the Dead right there on the dude, and then move in close. So Toll the Dead on blue.
Okay. He fails it. Which
has he been hit before?
Blue, that's what I'm double checking. Blue has taken damage. Roll a d12.
9.
9 points of damage. Trying to describe this the same way twice. Any particular way you want your Toll the Dead to affect people?
He just kind of passes out. Just goes to sleep. Snappy time.
Okay. Yeah. You see this dude's kind of like you move up and he hears that bell kind of ring. He's turning to you, starting to kind of get a half draw on his bow. You see like the pupil, the blood vessels in his eye, popped or dissolved, even as that one eye kind of turns mostly red, and he just kind of and like a nice nap time.
Very peaceful.
I don't know what kind of naps you take, but my eyes typically don't pop when I take my naps.
The nap ain't good enough then.
He takes some super intense naps.
Super intense naps.
Super
indeed.
intense naps. Yeah, is that gonna be your turn, Bart?
I will stand on top of his body.
You're just gonna stand on his corpse. There are now 2 corpses in there, so you're kind of straddling a couple of them.
Oh, you know what? I'll get up on this banister.
All right. Roll an acrobatics check. I just want to see if you botch.
15 total.
Okay, yeah, you're good. You get up there and you're balancing like a champ. All right.
Word. That's it.
You're up on that
no
banister.
words.
Understood. Which brings us down to Jakob. Oh God. I accidentally replaced Jakob's name with Bart. You're now 2 Barts.
Hell yeah.
What you doing, Jakob? You now have Ned standing in front of you, who is looking a little worse for wear, but looks like he's trying to soldier on, and 3 lizard men, who you may or may not have seen before, but they look scaly and they are trying to kill you guys.
I would like to, if possible, jump up on top of the boat, which I know is going to be a
Athletics check.
Athletics. Okay.
To kind of, you're jumping up there, so I'm giving.
That
athletics.
is a 13.
You're able to. It's kind of scrambling a little bit, like you don't quite as smoothly jump, but you kind of jump and then kind of and get yourself stood up on top of the boat. Kind of have to lever yourself up with your sword a little bit,
Am I able to move forward?
I'd say yeah. You're
Okay.
You're stood up there. You're kind of balancing though. Are you aiming to take attacks while you're up here?
I want to. The For the Queen thing kind of threw me for a loop.
They said any kind of like do what we must for the queen.
Yeah, because that tells me these guys aren't here.
Which
to
square
be,
are you in?
like,
Yeah, are you
Uh,
trying to be on... You
where
actually
Bart was.
can't be in either of those squares. You can't really be in the square up top because he's technically occupying that space. So you kind of have to be in that one kind of below you. So you're kind of like standing with one foot on the center and one foot kind of balancing you behind. You're Captain
Okay.
Morganing it right now,
Okay.
except on a boat.
But yeah,
You were doing a shorter version of this pose just a little bit ago, Bart.
but it tells me that they're not here to be like for criminal activity. They're here in the sense of like
They
duty
aren't
of
a
honor.
smuggling vessel, so
That is true.
draw what conclusions you would like.
All right, I'm gonna take a swing at how do I ping this guy?
I'll
That's
say
tough.
with the boat in between you, you can't really make an attack at him or the guy up to your diagonal.
All right,
Could've
then
just-
I got. Am
Oh
I able
my
to go
God.
back with that knowledge now? I wasn't sure.
Oh. You're still learning, so I'll let you retroact of your movement a little bit. Were you
Are
wanting
you
to kind
gonna
of
move on top of like the lady's body?
that's a dead corpse there. You can totally occupy that space.
Okay, I'll go there and then
Why
swing
did I
at
not?
that guy.
There we go. So you make an attack. Roll an attack for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the D4.
All right. Cody, what's the problem?
No more problems.
You didn't want to be ganging up?
No.
That's gonna be a 16.
16 barely hits.
All right. That is a 13 for damage.
13 damage. God damn. Like rolling like monster trucks. You catch this guy. He was kind of trying to track you. You feint and go instead of a slash, go for a stab with your greatsword, and catch him kind of right above actually where you see a bit of fletching sticking out of him, and it goes through his rib cage and out his back. Where he kind of it just is glaring at you his whole way to the ground. You've killed one of the lizards.
All right. That'll be it for my turn.
Okay. Which brings us actually to the lizard's turn. One of them is slain. The other two...
Good turn.
Yeah, good turn. Solid. Way to focus fire, motherfucker. Like, y'all doing good. Which is... So they, you see, which brings us actually to this guy's turn right here. Which, seeing his companion fall... You see him at, like, for probably, like, half a second, Chris. He seems to kind of dip his head in while looking at his corpse before taking a step forward, drawing his club and straddling his comrade, and immediately going for a swing at you with his club. Which, I believe that hits a 19 to hit.
That is.
It comes crashing into your side for a whopping 4 points of bludgeoning damage, which
All
your
right, so I
feet
take one.
reducing nicely. So once again, you're kind of rolling with the hit. Still feels like it's going to leave a bruise before he immediately comes in, following up that the club with some spikes that you can see protruding from the edge of his shield for a 22 to hit. This does a little bit more damage as you take 6 points of piercing damage as it kind of snaking its way in some of those gaps in your chainmail that you're really hoping not have to deal with anymore once you get that plate.
Do you take reduced damage from piercing, or is it just slashing?
I do.
It's all
I
three.
only took 3.
It's slashing, piercing,
Bludgeoning, piercing, slashing.
Yep.
Nice.
So just that quick 1-2 from that guy. Like it stung, but you've gotten hit far worse. Especially you have fairly distinct memories of acid dripping through your chainmail, and that hurt way worse.
Yeah.
That's gonna end his turn, which will bring us to our boy below, which is having his own contest with Julian, who he's taking another lash out at you with his spear, buddy, for a massive miss of 8. You're able to kind of slap the spear out of the way this time, but he's immediately continuing his forward movement as he comes in to bite you with his jaws for a 17 to hit.
That does hit.
Does hit. Which I think all of their weapon damage is exactly the same, which is kind of disappointing. That is going to be for 7 points of piercing damage. He kind of clamps down on your shoulder, like the meat of your shoulder, and just kind of rips backwards, leaving a pretty bloodied mess on one side of you.
8 was a good roll.
Did you say 8 was a good roll? Is that how much you healed him for?
Yeah.
You're feeling pretty bad.
I mean, I got more HP back when the caster died.
Oh, that's right. You did heal.
Nice.
You did get a few health from that. Which he's kind of looks back over his shoulder and sees one that's fallen, but the other fighting valiantly, and is kind of crouches into a fighting stance. As he seems prepared to go down fighting, if nothing else. Which will end his turn. Which I think we go to Living 3, which brings us to you, Julian. What would you like to do, buddy? You
Sweet,
just got
well,
the shit bit out of you.
I'm gonna hiss back at him and bare my pointed teeth, because fuck that guy.
Lizard eyes open a little bit, but then they just go right back to being narrowed.
And I'm gonna move right there.
Okay.
And I'm going to slam my holy symbol into the ground, casting Arms of Hadar, which will affect that boy and that boy.
Where are you casting it?
Right, on myself. It's centered on self.
Oh, it's centered on yourself? And
Yep.
It's how far out?
It is going to be 10 feet, which that's what I was checking earlier, is 2 squares in either side and 1 square diagonally. So it will affect that lizard and that lizard.
That works. Okay.
Yep.
Does it goes over objects? Does it go around?
It
corners
says
and stuff?
everyone within it, all creatures within the area.
Okay. All right, and how does that work?
Just like how the other tentacle that would be used
I'm
to pull
talking
people.
mechanically speaking.
Oh, mechanically?
Yes,
Oh,
mechanically
they make a strength saving throw, or take 2d6 points of damage and lose reactions. On a success, they take 1d6 points of damage.
Okay, so Lizard 1, or Lizard 2 technically. He fails. He also fails. Okay. Roll your damage.
Alright. That is 8.
8 points
5
of
and a
damage?
3. Yep,
Okay.
5 and a 3.
So they each take
Nice.
8 points of damage, and you said they lose their reactions, and what else?
I believe that's it.
That's
They
it? They just
die
lose.
instantly.
They lose their actions. They're not, like, restrained or anything? They're not grappled?
No, that's the higher level version of the spell.
Okay, so it just came up and just, like, slapped them silly and is kind of, like, throwing them off so that they can't make.
Yeah, just
Their
dozens
reaction
of these,
kinda, woo.
dozens of these like shadowy tentacle things just erupt from the wood of the ship and crunch them up real good before billowing away like smoke.
Yeah, so they're a bit dazed from that. All right, is that gonna be it for your turn?
I I am pretty much out of abilities, so yes.
Okay.
You can
Fair
go find
enough.
your sword.
Hey,
Your
easy to
Your
find.
sword is still MIA at the moment. All right, so that's gonna bring us to Ned, which he's seeing you and the lizard are duking out. He sees number 2 has moved up. He is very confident in your ability to handle the situation, Jakob. You seem like a capable guy, and he's gonna keep his personal brawl with purple going on, which I believe is 16 to hit, which hits him. Oh, jeez, fucking Christ. 5 points of damage. This dude is trying very hard to be helpful. And he just landed another solid hit on this guy. This seemed a lot more, seemed to have more oomph in it. He got a gut shot in, and while Purple is still standing, he's one hand is kind of clutching his stomach while he kind of is still trying to fend Ned off from getting a follow-up hit on him. Which brings us to Purple. Poor guy. There's not a ton of recourse for him. He just kind of lets out a bit of a roar of desperation and anger as he goes for another swipe at Ned, kind of hoping to, make things a little easier. She's gonna fucking hit him by God for max damage too. God damn, how much health does Ned got? Whew. My goodness, look, they don't do more damage. Comes with that swing, which catches Ned right across his sword arm and cutting into this entire side of his body, just leaving a jagged, bloody trail across his chest. And Ned visibly sags after the blow, but he's still standing. But he is kind of doesn't super like his position here, and he's going to try to take a step up here. He wasn't super aware of your position, Bart, so I'll grant you a AOP on his ass. Well, actually, how did I say those banisters were?
Yeah, I
10
don't think
feet?
I
Yeah,
would.
that's not.
But I'm a small creature. I'm low to the ground, right?
How far is a mace?
You jumped up on top of the banister, though.
Yeah, you're like, you kind of like, you try to make it. You see if you can maybe like catches the back of his head a little bit. It doesn't quite make it, but so he's moved onto the other side of Ned, which will be his turn. Which brings us all the way to the top of the round. Holy Christ, Gloob, buddy, what you doing?
All right. I will peek over this side of the. I'm getting some weird like purple lines across the thing, like rave lights. Has everybody seen that, or is that just me?
No.
It's just me. I'll peek around here, expecting Blue right here, but seeing Bart standing on top of his corpse, I will redirect and I'll just help out Julian with a good old. I'm gonna try to hit this guy right in his Achilles tendon.
Taking a shot at him, all right?
Yeah.
All right, are you wanting that to be a called shot, or are you trying to just make it a
I'm
hit?
just
Okay.
slayering it.
Okay. Just making sure. I didn't want to rob you.
And I am using my D4.
Go ahead.
14.
14 just misses. As
Yeah.
it comes in, he's able to step a bit to the side as it goes skittering off. Doesn't stick into it, but it hits and just deflects off of his shield, kind of clattering off somewhere into a piece of wood somewhere.
Shit.
Is that your turn?
This boat is on the ground, yeah?
Yeah, that boat that's lowered and it's sitting on the ground.
Probably taller than me, the way it's sitting.
Ish, yeah. Probably at the keel, at its highest point.
I'll just move up a square, crouch down, and bonus action hide from these two.
Okay. Roll a stealth check for me.
15 plus stealth is 8, so 23.
Okay. All right. You're pretty certain that at the very least those two aren't gonna have any kind of visual on you.
Perfect. That's it for me.
Okay. Which brings us to Bart. Bart the Fart. What do you want to do?
Oh man, that's quite a title.
You're welcome.
I am gonna slip on over here and get in Purple's way in case he had any ideas of trying to flee up here.
Okay.
And I am going to ask him to make a wisdom saving throw.
Toll his bells. I'm double check just in case for their benefit. Yeah, they don't have a bonus. Roll D12.
Hey, there we go. That's what I like
He is
to hear.
visibly shaken by the sound of these
8.
bells. 8 points of damage,
8.
if I recall correctly. Yep. You can see this dude in a similar fashion. A reach for his head, briefly before crumpling to the ground almost as he was struck unconscious.
I'll use the rest of my movement to hop on down there.
All right.
That's not in Tentacleville. Or do the tentacles persist?
It's only once, yeah.
Oh, okay.
There are no more. Yeah,
It's an instant effect.
You didn't make a trip to Hentai Land. You're good.
All right. And yeah, well, I don't know if y'all can understand me, but I don't think the job's worth it.
Yeah, this one in the middle is now kind of rotating as it faces the three that have now encircled it, and it's kind of crouched low, spear up, shield out to the side, just on the balls of its feet. I guess I don't know how lizard man feet, if they function exactly the same way, but it's tensed and seems ready to move as quickly as possible.
Bart feels like lizard people probably can't understand them, but he goes, well, there's a lot of blood on the deck. I don't know if you want to add to it with your own or not. It's kind of like, why don't you take a look around, assess the situation a little bit. There's a lot of red X's over here on this battle map.
Like you don't gather that there's any kind of understanding, but his head kind of snapping between the three of you as you're talking, and it snaps over to you. He just kind of opens his mouth and shows his fangs and just gives a long. My mouth is too dry. I'm having a hard time with that. But he hisses
say
at you.
anything? Oh.
Okay.
No, this dude is very much doesn't seem interested in speaking. So
I'm not like brandishing my weapon at him or anything. I'm just like, hey, this is
there are a lot
situation.
of corpses on the
Yeah.
on the battlefield, and he's standing over one of his two comrades. So
Yeah.
So that brings us to Jakob's turn, unless there was anything else you wanted to do, Bart.
Yeah, just that.
All right, Jakob.
I'd like to start by saying in Draconic, surrender or die. And then
Is that intimidation?
Make them die.
And then slash.
Yeah, you say surrender or die, and there's a bit of as its head snaps to you, and it's kind of as much as a lizard can look a bit briefly confused, as just hisses back to you that death is better than disloyalty, and squares up with you as you come to take a swing at him.
all right, death it is. Roll and swing the greatsword with the D4.
All right, roll to hit.
I appreciate the attempt of of diplomacy.
That is
It's
very
22.
brief. 22, you said?
Yep.
Yes, that hits. Roll your damage.
Is everybody
That's,
else doing the
8.
PP dance?
8 damage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can get through this last smidgen of combat, and then we'll go on break. I promise. I know we're going past our normal break time. The lizardmen getting dragged into it kind of made this go on a bit longer than I expected. Okay, so you get a solid smack on him. It kind of is coming down on his spear arm and carves a bloody furrow. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Across his arm and a bit of his chest. But he hasn't gone down quite yet. Does that be it for you, Jakob?
This poor
Assuming
lizard dude.
Can't do anything else, and yeah, that'll be it.
Okay.
He's
Poor-
just like the guy's fucking blocked off on all sides.
Yeah, he's having a hard time, which he takes that hit, and while he seems to kind of like lean his weight towards you, Jakob, he then immediately pivots and shoves his spear in Ned's direction. It fucking whiffs like a champ.
Yeah.
Ned gasping and leaning over. One guy dead on his side is able to spin and smack the spear wide with his shield. But the lizardman immediately comes in with the spikes on his shield to try to make use of him throwing his shield wide like that. Which I think still misses. 13, 16. Nope. Ned seems damn determined to survive this time. He slaps the spear out of the way and jams the blade of his short sword down to force the shield just enough out of the way that it's kind of just his hand is pressing up against his side, but he's not taking any damage.
Nice.
Ned said, "I'm survive." Oh man, which brings us to our other lizard man, who's seeing his comrade. There's not a ton to do while having an enemy at his back. Is coming at you again with the club, Julian, for a 20 to hit. Okay. But he rolled minimum damage. Let me double check the bonus.
I think 3.
He clips you across the side for 3 bludgeoning damage.
Thank God.
Cody's like, I'm still standing.
Is it a thank God? Because he clips you across your shoulder, and it comes to slam his spiked shield into you immediately afterwards.
Uh-oh.
Shit. Fucking went off fucking side of my desk. But he whiffs. 8 to hit. You are juking for Jesus. You are using so much accidental momentum. Like, he clips you with the with the club, and as you're reeling from that, the shield comes in, and you keep turning, and it just whooshes past you.
It was all like those cage fights I sent you in that short story. Like he's
just like, you're at the level closer you get to death, the more agile you are. Yeah,
that's
the
the actual feat I took at first level. I'm actually a human.
Oh shit, cage fighter. My goodness, y'all handily reduced your number of foes down to 2, as we perhaps enter the last round of combat with Gloob at the top of the initiative.
I will once more try to take this guy out in front of Julian.
Okay.
Do I not go after the lizards?
Asking for your death.
Did I somehow skip you, Cody? I skipped. Oh no, oh man, I'm thinking they're at the bottom of the initiative. I'm sorry, we're on Julian, and then we're on
Okay.
Ned. I'm getting. There's been so much combat and so many enemies. Y'all killed most of them.
I remembered lizards.
No, yeah,
and then
you're
me, so I was
good.
like, alright.
I'm glad. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sitting here looking at it and I fucked it up. So yeah, go ahead.
All right, well, thank God that I specifically bought a shitload of daggers. I'm gonna take out another one and do my best to stick it in this guy.
Go. All right, roll that attack roll for me. Which these aren't using your charisma, right? Because you left your sword.
No, it's using my dex.
Oof. That's a oof. My God.
14 hit.
It does not, unfortunately. He's in the
okay.
same way. He just takes it right on his shield and kind of shoves your arm backwards.
If I had my sword, that would have hit.
Barely, it would have hit.
Hey,
Ned.
Barely's enough.
Ned is in his fight or die mode and drunkenly, almost off of blood loss, comes in for a stab at this lizard man that's next to you guys. And it's getting to him now because he goes for a stab and it just goes way wide as the lizard man just kind of bobs to one side to juke it, which that will bring us back to the top to Gloob. There you are.
I will do exactly as I said and put more holes in that lizard folk than there is now.
Wonderful. Roll the attack.
Please do that. Yes.
Roll a d4.
Yeah, I did. I said I was going to. 6, 15, 18 to hit.
18. That hits.
Nice.
Roll your sneak attack damage as well, because Julian's right there.
Perfect. 2 5s for a total of 14 piercing damage.
14 piercing.
Yes.
This guy is officially looking quite rough. He's these guys are. I was a bit surprised when I pulled up their stat block. Slant an arrow slams solidly into kind of near his solar plexus, and he's sagging to one side. But it's just rage and defiance are in his eyes.
In an effort so he doesn't Go ahead.
I would say reptilian instead of amphibious, but similar enough that you can recognize the site.
Well, I assume he still has more javelins on him. I'm not going to stick around to look for them. I'm going to hop to this side of the boat and attempt to bonus action hide from him.
Okay, roll a new stealth check for me.
10 plus 8 for 18.
Okay, you feel like he won't just immediately see you on visual inspection. Is that gonna be it for your turn?
That's it.
All right, Bart. That brings us to you, buddy.
All
You guys
right.
wrap it up this round.
Have we heard any more commotion on this boat?
It has kind of been eerily silent the last 15 seconds or so, as there's been a whole lot less yelling, and these two lizard folk seem to have settled into a calm, if hissy, final stand.
All right. Well, I'm going to sweep on through this guy's square, and I'm going to cast sleep on both these lizard people.
All right, roll your sleep. Which did they get a save at all?
No, they do not.
Okay, roll it.
Hit points.
Yep. I knew it was based on hit points, but I couldn't remember if anybody got a save or not.
What is it? 5d8. Ooh, 8. 8.
They're
7.
asleep. They're both asleep.
Hell yeah.
Y'all are standing
One.
there, and these guys are both of them are standing there and look like they're ready. They're gonna take as much blood with them as they can. Before what does your sleep spell look like, real quick, Bart?
I'll probably just kind of swoosh out my the knob on the end of my mace, and it'll probably just sort of have a bunch of kind of campfire kind of embers, like they are coming from a fireplace or something like that, and just kind of makes a really warm haze just sort of sweep through the area, and they just pass the fuck out.
Yeah, so as you stated, so shall it be. These guys are both tensed, every muscle coiled for both attack and defense. But as this hazy campfire kind of thing comes drifting across both of their forms, they both drop to the ground boneless. And as our heroes, kind of mercenaries, they're doing this thing, and it's good for the most part. Stand over this, some more battered than others. Ned kind of collapsing against this banister and sinking down to his ass, because he is hurting bad. That's where we are finally going to take our break. We're going to be back, hopefully, about this as quickly as possible. Everybody grab a quick 15, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how everybody's feeling, and get up, go to the bathroom, get some drinks, and we'll be back as soon as possible to see how what the rundown is of this ship and two unconscious lizard men. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Bye.
Bye.
And we're back. Hello.
Hi.
Ooh.
My head hurts. I'm not gonna lie. It be like that. Anywho, so we just finished with a combat that took probably more or less the majority of our session. So I'm just a quick recap. Our heroes were engaged in mortal conflict with the crew of this smuggling vessel on which they found themselves, and as dealing with them as swiftly as possible, as after a couple sets of reinforcements made their way onto the deck, the second of which were a trio of lizardmen. The party have dealt death to all except two of the lizardmen, who Bart, with a last-minute cast of a sleep spell, was able to knock out before they were able to fulfill whatever purpose they had by going down fighting. So, You all are on the deck of this ship, some a bit more battered than others. Ned being one of them, as he's kind of slouched down up here on, kind of like laying against the side as y'all catch your breath. And you have 2 unconscious lizard men, which how long does sleep last for, Bart?
Sleep
1 minute.
lasts for not a lot of time. We gotta.
So
put-
you know
All
that
right,
there's a
let's,
limited time frame on these beings' unconsciousness.
Well, the concept of them not being able to be woken up by means of like sound and stuff only lasts for a minute. They don't like instantly wake up as soon as the sleep spell fades.
Gotcha.
They just are normally asleep at that point.
Gotcha.
Sorry. I'm gonna put my manacles on the one in front
Okay.
of me,
Okay.
and
That's
then
fine.
suggest that if anybody else has manacles, to put it on the other one, or we can use rope.
So we're gonna
Well,
swap over to a little
I
more
had a rope,
spooky
but
music.
Daisy's got it. So
Alright.
but
Blue
what?
will reach around on his belt and
We
throw
got-
you 25 feet of hempen rope if needed.
All right.
I mean, actually looking around, there's probably plenty of rope. on a
There
boat.
is there's lots of rope kind of all over the place. There's a couple larger, thicker pieces that look like they're well tarred in these corners that y'all that are kind of around these parts and down here on this opposite corner, as well as various and sundry lengths. There's some that are tied onto bits of that rowboat, and kind of there's all kinds attached to the sails all over the place.
I believe I will get started tying up this one in front of me after I take like
Sure.
5 seconds to kind of like unmurder mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna use some of the rope to hog tie this guy, even though he has a manacles on behind his back, just so he can't get up and like jump off the side of the boat or anything.
Sure. That's fun.
And then
Use that right there. Yeah.
Sure, it's kind of a thicker, and rope, like tarred against the elements rope that they have coiled
Using all
down
of
in
it.
the corner. That's a fuckload of rope, just as an aside.
This close to cocoon. Let's go.
All right, that takes
I
you
got-
probably how long you say sleep was? A minute before it's
Yeah.
before like can be woken up as normal.
They just wake up like, hey, what did you do?
So yeah, you're spending. You're trying to go hustle pretty quick, but it takes you probably most of that minute. And I guess you said how like this close to a cocoon. That's gonna take you a minute.
I mean, he might wake up midway through, but once the important bits are tied down, we
Right.
can move on to the rest.
Yeah, it's probably like a bit after you've got his hands and feet tied, and you're like sitting there winding it around his legs, and at that point he starts to kind of wiggle around and jerks back, violently thrashing around, like
going
snapping
to
at you with
kick
his
him in the
with his
head.
teeth. Roll an attack.
Uh, 15
15. Okay. What's your strength bonus?
plus 0.
Plus 0. You kick him in the side of the head. It dazes him, but does nothing to stop.
I ain't trying to get into a combat.
He's
Can I just
snapping.
pick him?
I know. You just want to
Till
kick
he's
him unconscious
Yep.
and dying.
I mean, I'll stabilize him. I got a med kit.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess technically,
Well,
if you're
before he's
aiming to just
doing-
knock him unconscious, you
Yeah,
can just sit
non-lethal
there.
damage.
Yeah, you kick at him a bit. I'm just gonna say like it takes you a few attacks. I
I'm
just
not
see if he
gonna
gets
sit
a lucky
there,
bite
let him
off on
kick.
you.
I'm not gonna let him kick on a hostage or
Okay,
a
so
prisoner.
he's kicked him at least like twice.
I'm gonna try to intervene.
Intervene.
Julian, That's no honorable way to deal with a prisoner.
Snapping, hissing like that.
I'm gestures
And is
at teeth.
violently trying to bite at you, and if you're anywhere near him, and just
It will
thrashing.
be easier to tie them up unconscious.
Only a coward attacks a man who can't fight back.
Only a
No.
fool fights fair.
Then call me a fool. But I'm not
You're
gonna
a
let you.
fool.
Regardless of whose tactics are best, these guys are taking a nap instead of taking a dirt nap so that we could ask them a couple of questions.
The other one has also woken up by this time from the sounds of kind of like the commotion going on from the other side, and has also kind of begun like thrashing and moving around.
We need them secure so that we can clear the rest of the boat.
Which you said you hog-tied him, right, Chris?
Mhm.
So he's like feet tied up near his wrists and all that fun stuff, like elbows tied together, that kind of thing.
Mm.
So he's having a much less successful time than the other one. He's not getting very far. He's just kind of like wiggling a little bit. The one Julian's tied up has a bit more locomotion.
Whatever. Your problem.
And I'm gonna go get my walking away to go get my
snap.
stuff.
Like,
Yeah. I'm gonna go collect my various and sundry thrown or dropped items.
easy enough.
Jacob, you can communicate with these fellas, right?
Yeah, looks like or it sounds like they were talking in Draconic. I picked that up in Seedon, my time in Seedon.
I'll say it doesn't seem like definitely were, because you understood them,
Yeah.
and they seemed to understand you when you spoke back.
All right. Well, maybe tell them that if they tell us what's going on with these fellas, or get some information about who they might be working for, or maybe some names or something, then we can just let them go. I mean, we take them to town, let them know there's probably a good chance that being different, they'll just string them up, make them an example for other creatures who might want to attack the city or do harm with smuggling or any kind of other stuff.
That is true. I'm gonna bend down to the one I hogtied and tell Ned to watch the other one. I guess Bart to actually watch.
I'm about to say
him,
Ned
Yeah.
is just about
Oh, yeah.
asleep on the like leaning up against the banister.
Yeah, the one that I hogtied, I'll say, listen here, we can let you go.
I'll give you
if you-
guidance on that.
Okay.
Free
He's actively like he's not wiggling as much at this point, but you can see him actively straining, like relaxing and flexing his muscles as hard as he can against his bonds.
We just need to know who's on the boat, how many people are left, who you're working for. This might even help your queen. I heard you three are talking about a queen of yours. You might be able to go back and see her.
Quick interjection. While he's doing this, I'll be checking for life signs from the captain, the hook hand, and the spellcaster.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation check for me. And Jakob, make a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Okay.
18
with-
for me.
With
Plus
your-
2d4.
you 2d4.
Yeah, it's been within 10 minutes.
Yeah. You probably have a few minutes left on the emboldening bond.
Okay,
Keep
so
that investigation check in mind for just a second, okay?
Oh, poop. So I got a 7. The other one was a nat 20.
Is 7 total?
Yes.
With 2d4?
Yeah. I rolled 4 on the 2d4.
Oof.
The lizard folk is kind of frozen, especially at the mention of his, that you guys might be able to help him. This might still serve his queen. Just kind of narrows his eyes and lets out a for kind of those who dwell in the land would not be amicable to assisting those of us who live outside of their civilizations. And just breathing heavily and eyes twitching between, or like they've saying more that they've never been helpful. Why would you start now after slaughtering one of my brethren? Leaving a glance, like quick glance over to the fallen lizard man.
He's tied up. Jakob, you'll see Glue. He's not being sneaky about it. And puts his bow across his back, takes the arrow out of his hip, and brings the rapier out of the belt. Just looking at you. He doesn't understand what this guy is saying.
Mm-hmm.
So just stands there with the rapier in hand.
Gotcha. And Julian, what was that investigation check?
18.
18. It's pretty easy. You go around to each of them and check for signs of life. They're dead as doornails.
None of them made it.
Yeah, none of them made it. You see, two of them, Hook Hand and the only one you can presume is the captain, both have like the black veins up parts of their body, going up the back of the neck of Hook Hand and coming up the kind of the side of the face of the captain, and kind of indicative that the poison that was struck them by Gloob kind of did them in. The caster, in a similarly extremely dead state, has while laying there, you see kind of a little bit of blood trickling out of a few of his open orifices from the necrotic felling of Bart. You killed him. I'm sorry. From the necrotic damage that you dealt to him, there's like pieces of his skin have kind of been burnt through, exposing raw muscle and punctured veins and such. Yes.
It's the heat of the moment. Well,
It'd be like that.
And as I check them for each one for signs of life, before I move on, I'm gonna pat them down for items of interest.
Okay. Noted.
Right.
Yes,
Anyway,
Does a 17 perception check tell me what Gloob's purpose is?
No,
that would be more of an insight check.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
no. There's no insight check needed because I'm looking at Jakob as I do this, and I'm just sort of sitting there waiting on him because I don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
All I know is I hear a bunch of hissing right now and then a bunch of snapping and whatnot on the other side. So Blue was just going to sit here and let Jakob do his thing, and as soon as he gets a blessing, I'm going to put this guy out of his misery.
Okay.
What did they say?
Not much. He's just said something about not working with surface dwellers, and talked about how we killed his friend, or I think that's what he had said. Doesn't seem like he's wanting to work with us, tell us anything.
I mean, he does realize we came out of a boat of people that we were attacking, and we didn't kill them. Like, how the heck do you think? That doesn't make any sense. We're legitimately trying to help them. I just kind of gesture around to all of the dead bodies. Yeah, we killed this one guy and these 15 other people. We left these two alive because we could.
I mean, I can keep trying, but
I don't know.
earlier.
Maybe.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, his life depends on it, so I would implore you to try and talk some sense into him.
I will try, but earlier I told him I gave him pretty easy option of surrender or die when it was just he was clearly outnumbered, and he told me how he'd rather die an honorable death in combat.
Well, you tell him that I'm a cleric. I'm a shaman of my people. I'm not a glue. And that I won't let him go to the afterlife if he don't talk.
All right. So I'm gonna bend back over to the one I hogtied, and transmit the message that Bart is a shaman of our people, and that's why he's so small. The demons keep him that size.
What the fuck?
The demons.
And
What?
that if he doesn't cooperate with us, he's gonna make sure that he doesn't get to the afterlife, and that he'll never see his queen again, even in the afterlife.
Are you
Okay.
better at deception checks or something? Is that what's going on here?
I mean, I think
I
this,
imagine
this
they
is
can't
more of
get
an
worse.
intimidation check, honestly.
You want me to roll that?
Yeah. Just roll a straight intimidation check for me.
Do I get the 2d4s?
Currently, you're getting 1,
Okay.
unless somebody casts guidance on you again.
Oh yeah. Oh, is that natural one?
What's it 3?
Oh,
Let's
nice.
see, 3 plus 1, so 4.
Come on, Christopher. Oh, good lord. You're making this very hard.
With it being all right, I don't mean to retroactively say this, but with it being an intimidation check and me standing over him with a rapier towards the back of his head, would you say that grants Jakob advantage on this check?
Due to the nature of the threat, being that Bart won't let him die.
No.
It-
He will die.
Yeah,
I won't
he won't
let
go-
him go to the afterlife. His soul will just be lost forever.
Okay. I misunderstood the intent of the threat. Roll with advantage.
Okay.
You better fucking roll better.
That's cocked. Okay, that is better. 15.
15 total?
Yes.
That's adding the D4 and everything?
Do I roll the d4 again, or take what I got before?
I think it's pretty easy to say it's over, 6 seconds. Or just remember what we said earlier. Since it was an advantage, you take whatever you rolled that first time and add it to both die.
Okay, so it's 15.
15 total? Okay.
Yep.
As he kind of, for while you were explaining things, this guy had gone back to kind of testing his bonds and twisting where he would as he could, trying to see if he could find any kind of wiggle room whatsoever. Because I also imagine you're out of bite distance
Oh, yes.
while you're speaking to him. Okay, so
I saw what happened to Julian.
yeah, he was
with his
which
bite
that
mark.
other guy is still kind of wiggling around and trying to free himself. He's kind of rolling because he's not tied in quite the same way, but he's not proving to be much of a threat currently. But this guy, he's flexing around, and as you finish your sentence, he just kind of stops. His eyes go from you to who's speaking to him over to kind of twitching over to where Bart's standing, and his eyes are just kind of like searching over you.
I want to wave my hands around and cast prestidigitation and make it look like they're kind of like wispy, bright, like kind of whitish vapor starting to like rise up out of his chest.
Out of his chest?
Like, yeah, like I'm making sure that wherever his soul might leave if he dies soon, it won't be gone anywhere into the beyond.
Oh, okay. Roll a deception check for me.
Is that with anything?
Do it with your wisdom modifier instead of your charisma.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
This
I
is
can do
magic-
That. Oh,
this is
that's a
magical
natural 20.
deception.
That is a natural 20.
There you go. Okay. All right, man. So you kind of wave your hands around, and while he already had kind of tensed up and was examining you, like it kind of seemed like he was trying to size you up and see how valid this threat really was. This wispy smoke starts to rise up out of his chest as he lays there, and you see his eyes just whoosh open completely wide, his pupils dilating as far as they can go in their slitted format, and he just ceases all movement and just goes from looking to over at you, Bart, to immediately snapping his head back over to Jakob. Please, no. There's no point. There's no point otherwise. Please, call off your shaman.
I turn to Bard and go, all right, he's had enough. Turn to
All right,
the
yeah. I'll make like a gesture like I'm stopping and have like the wispy type kind of stuff sort of like recede back into his chest.
He's like heavy breathing as he eyes it the entire way as it like glides back down into his chest. And after the fact, he just kind of, it's like all of the muscles in his body seem to relax as he kind of slumps to the side for a moment. And just kind of looks back up, kind of his tongue flitting in and out of his mouth for a second as he kind of looks back a bit more passively at Jakob. At hearing and kind of observing all this, you will note that the thumping and thudding of the other one kind of flip-flopping around has completely ceased.
Then tell us what we want to know, or we'll have him keep going.
So fucked up. that 20 is horrifying. So what is it you wish to know?
How many of them are on the ship? Who are they with? Who do they work with? And where are they heading?
He kind of starts kind of flopping his way, trying to lean up against the boat, trying to right himself because in all of his like struggling, like, and he's been kind of on his side. He's trying to get himself propped up on the side of the boat. It takes him a second. He gets himself mostly upright and kind of cranes his head and looking around at the corpses that he can see from this side of that boat. He looks kind of like his mouth's opening and closing. It looks kind of like he's counting. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm really being inconsistent with the lizard folk voices. I'm sorry. This is weird. I can't be sure, but considering I don't hear any more movement, I would imagine you killed them all. He just kind of stops and he's listening. From what I can see, there couldn't have been very much more.
Why are you here?
Kind of. I'm not 100%. Whatever the lizard equivalent of licking your lips is, kind of examines you and his tongue flits in and out a few more times. Ensuring the deal that we had made with these smugglers went off smoothly.
And what was this deal?
Kind of eyes going from. Are you still standing behind him, Gloob?
Yeah, I would like to say. Wait a minute. Well, Bart's right there, so he would see if this guy had done anything. So yeah, I'm still just standing right there behind him.
I gotcha. So he's standing there. He's kind of moving his eyes from Bart to Jakob and kind of looking over his shoulder at you, Gloob, where he kind of bears his fangs a little bit at you if you've still got your weapon out.
Oh, I absolutely. Oh, should I kill him now?
No, Blue,
Okay.
not yet.
Oh, all right.
We need to turn him into the town guard anyways if he's going to see justice.
Turns back to you, Jakob, and the weapons that they were transporting for our tribe. We were to make sure they arrived safely.
And who did these men work for?
He kind of shrugs as best he can. We do not ask questions. We simply commission them to deliver and make sure that all is done fairly. They do not cheat us.
And where were they heading? Where was this vessel heading?
Kind of narrows his eyes again at you for a second and kind of keeps silent before his eyes kind of flip back to Bart and then back to you, and he kind of swallows visibly. At the very least, they were going to drop us as well as the cargo that was being carried for us near the tribe.
And where is this tribe located?
Yikes.
What are they saying, Yaku?
He said all the men are dead on board. That he and his men were here to ensure the safety of some weapons that they've made a deal with the smugglers to have transported to their tribe.
What did they give in return?
That is a good question. I do not know. Let me ask him.
All right.
While this conversation's going on, just really quickly, with me kind of sitting back here, I don't know how you want to roll this or what I would roll.
Shoot.
But if they have any sort of distinctive patterns on them or any sort of distinctive coloring on them, have I maybe seen this group before? This group of lizardmen before, where I'm from? I don't know if that'd be like perception check or just wisdom.
Let me see here. If this is where I think it is. Okay. Roll a knowledge history check for me.
Yikes. Okay. That's a straight roll.
All right.
Good old swamp history.
Swamp history. It is a 13.
A 13?
Yep.
You kind of look them over, and you know your people. There have been interactions with lizard folk before, mostly due to not much peaceable contact. It's
Right.
mostly been just due to your people's culture and their tendency to be very combat oriented in their interactions with other races. It's mostly been on the battlefield and in raids and skirmishes. You kind of look them over. They don't have any distinctive patterning. They just have kind of a mostly solid green with tinging to yellow in some places, with their frills having like red on the ends. So nothing about their patterning. And there's some symbols on their shields that you can kind of examine, but you can't not really anything that you can pertain to anybody specifically from your time in the marshes.
All right.
Okay. And Jakob, what was the last thing you had said to them?
Where is the tribe?
Where was the tribe? You didn't amend with the other question from Bart either.
Oh,
Is that
well, I
anyway?
thought you had rolled the.
I did roll for that, actually. Yes, sir, you're correct. So while like looking and kind of looking side to side and just grimacing as much as a lizard can grimace, the tribe is located down the Dunwater River. And as you hear him admit this, like their general location and the whereabouts of their tribe, you hear a loud and furious hiss from the other lizard on the other side of the boat, and returns to thumping around and kind of hissing angrily.
I'm gonna shout at him, I guess, to try to intimidate him as well, and say, "Quiet, you, or I'll have my shaman steal your soul as well."
Roll your deception, your intimidation check at disadvantage.
Okay. Is that with the D4?
Yeah.
I'd say you still have it. You still have it for a few more minutes.
I'll give him a guidance as well.
Okay.
All right. That's a 4.
Total, even with the 2d4 extra?
Oh, 2d4. That's 5.
5. He doesn't even respond. He just loudly hisses at you before going back to kind of and you can hear him kind of throwing out like traitor and like throwing out like lizard folk specific insults like egg killer, egg crusher and stuff, just various and sundry insults, just kind of as much as he can over at the other side of the boat.
What happened? What'd you say to him?
He told me the location of the tribe. It's down the Dunwater River.
Which does run through the whole marshes.
All right. Well, why do we care about them? We got their weapons anyway. The hell with them.
It is true. I'm going to turn back to the one that I hogtied and say, one last question, and then I'll leave you alone. I'll make sure my shaman leaves you alone. What is it that you offered these folk in order to have your weapons transported?
He's kind of looks confused and we offered them coin. What else do these people respond to?
I'll kind of laugh, say, that is true.
He's just kind of like, what? And he just kind of hears more of the insults from the other side of the boat. Just kind of like looks down and looks as ashamed as you could tell from a lizard face.
It's all right, man.
Like all the fight is like drained out of this guy.
It'll be all right.
Just kind of looks up at you like, you don't understand at all.
All right, I'm gonna leave him to wallow, I guess.
Okay.
And I'll tell Bart about what I learned, and Gloob, since they're both there.
All right. So they just bought the weapons from these smugglers?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I mean, is this the end of the chain? Is this as far as it goes?
Well, I mean, if these lizard men know who to talk to get a ship and their weapons, I mean, how does that even happen, right? Like, I don't imagine that they send a lot of missives from a lizard man tribe.
I don't really know much about lizard people. I guess maybe a smuggler might have run into them and, like me, spoke Draconic and
Ask them how they came across the smugglers. How they just wandered in their camp one day or something.
I'll ask him. How'd you come across these gentlemen?
Okay. Let me just double check something.
I ask more questions. I want to get the guards' attention. Gloob is going to go try to get the guards' attention.
Okay. Probably your best bet would be to try to acquire the it's not super well lit out here, and y'all are far away. You vaguely recall that the lights flashing when y'all were kind of exchanging signals with the ship were higher up. So the best place may be to check the crow's nest.
I will go and do that.
Okay. Quick interjection, Jakob, because I know Julian asked a while ago. Julian, you were checking you wanted to also kind of go down the bodies of the caster, the captain, and Hookhand? You're muted.
Muted.
As I go through each one, yep, this one's dead. Can't save them. And then go ahead and pat them down, check their pockets, move on to the next one. Yep, this one's dead. Pat them down, check their pockets.
Okay. The captain, let's go captain first and go through. He had a nice set of studded leather armor. It's got some holes in it now, but hey, you can still make some money off of it. As well as a nice long sword, as well as a hand crossbow. Has a handful of bolts still left as well in his little thing. We'll get into the exact number later. As well as a coin pouch that holding about a total on him of about 25 gold, 16 silver, and about 5 copper. A couple of rings and other assorted jewelry. The hook hand, who had been next in line, was pretty simple in adornment. Plain studded leather armor. The hammer's gone. I'm sorry, that's lost to the ocean. Almost forgot about that. Hook hand, of course, as well as a coin pouch containing probably about 10 gold, 6 silver, and maybe 10 copper. Last but not least would be the wizard. Had a wizard staff that seemed to be carved with some runes and other things, and had like an amber head at the top that clearly he was using as his focus. He had a pouch, a component pouch that has various and sundry bits and bobs that you can only imagine are used for arcane methods, as well as another similar to sand ballot, if a bit more sturdy and used for protecting from the elements, case in which you have his spell book, as well as a belt pouch that is containing about a grand total about 16 gold, about 10 silver, and another handful of coppers. What is going to be on their persons?
Everything except the armor and the staff, I guess, going in the burlap sack.
Okay. In the burlap sack, not trying to chuck it in the bag of holding?
I don't have the bag of holding.
Fair enough.
I have a burlap sack.
Fair enough. Okay, so back to Jakob. You were asking how they got in touch with these smugglers in the first place, correct?
Yes.
He's kind of sighs. Our allies led us to contact with them. They assured us that they would be the best way and quickest to arm and armor our people.
Are these allies more lizard folk or people from the towns around?
I'm sorry. I just gotta double check a exact. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He's kind of looks aside and just shakes his head. And our allies that fight in the sea, merfolk, Lokatha, Coalith.
Said Lokatha?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you
Those
very
that
much.
will join us in the coming war.
Coming war? What coming war?
Oh man.
And before a really good persuasion check, and Jakob enlist in the lizard folk army.
Oh god, I'm completely blanking on things. I'm so sorry. Like, I'd just been making sure I was thinking about it so that I wouldn't do this exact thing. Ah, okay, there we go. Good gravy. I mean, he's those that amass in the deep, the Swahagan.
Can you say that one more time for me?
Swahagan. 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 It's
Okay.
it's a weird word. Swahagan.
Okay.
Swagging.
They
Well,
have
thank you
driven.
for-
They've driven many of us from our original homes. We've had to resettle. So the 4 groups of our tribes, 4 different groups of our tribes that we're willing to work together, trying to amass our forces and strength to keep what we have.
All right. Same thing to Gloob and Bart that he told me I'm gonna tell them.
So the lizard folks are amping up for a war with mermaids against Swahagan.
That's what he said.
Merfolk, Lokatha, and Keolinth.
I don't know what any of that is, but okay. I'll keep climbing.
Yeah,
Oh, I think
you're
I'm
like
your
15
climbing.
feet up the fucking mast at this point, like I'm in the middle of something. Which I'd say
So-
you're just about at the top of the mast at this point.
I don't know of any specific signaling, so I'm just gonna.
I-
As soon as I get out there, I'm gonna turn on the lantern. I'm gonna go. Just a bunch.
And just like the
Aiming at
general
the
direction of.
general area where I met and talked to them earlier.
All right, that's fine.
I know we'll probably actually take care of it off stream, but just so you know, after I finish those 3, I'd be going through the rest of them, checking for signs of life and patting them
I'm
down.
just gonna go ahead and say they're all dead. There's not anybody left alive that isn't already conscious on the deck of the ship.
Right, but
It's been
canonically,
multiple
I would-
minutes. They're done.
Yeah, but like canonically,
Blood
it would
everywhere. It's kind of hard to walk around at this point. There's the bodies of like
I'm just
15
imagining
people up here.
Julian walking up to the dude who got beheaded and just putting his fingers on their neck, like, no.
Oh yeah,
Put it
that
on the stump.
that
Yeah.
that head is just kind of like you've heard it. It's kind of as the deck slowly kind of shifts back and forth on the waves.
Yeah,
It's
give
kind
it-
of like you kind of hear some rolling noises every now and then.
Yeah, giving that head the boot the first time it rolls
Just
past.
yeeting it off the fucking boat. Okay. How are you? I'm curious. What is your like methodology? What is the technique used to remove the head from the boat?
Kick it.
How though? I'm very curious. I'm just like, are you over here doing like the as you like you're getting ready to fucking like go for a fucking field goal? Just fucking,
He ollies it up, gives it a knee, and then does a roundhouse kick.
douche.
Obviously.
Yeah, Yakov's gonna come
Bicycle
over, spin
kick the head
put
off
it
of the
down
ship.
with the finger.
Yeah, you just kind of flick it off the boat. It just
Yeah, these are the good guys.
Yeah,
Nothing so fancy. Just walking past.
Yeah, it
and-
just kind of boop. It just splashes off the side. Not very elegant. It bounces off the rail, leaves like a blood spatter on it before tumbling down into the water.
Well,
and moving on.
hell,
well.
Julian, that was a. Never mind.
No comment. I'm busy with the lizard people.
You are busy with the lizard people. Do you have anything else to say to him? Or did you say something I missed it? I'm sorry.
Oh,
you,
no.
You relayed the information that
Oh,
they're
yes.
gearing up for a war, right?
Correct.
So,
Yeah.
well, I don't know anything about any of them people. I know the lizard folk are generally pretty bad.
That's kind of racist.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean,
Shit.
not many groups of people, from what I understand, just snatch people up and we're like, we're going to steal from you or eat you or steal from you and eat you.
Okay. Fair enough.
He's not wrong.
I mean, that is
The
fair.
Gloob's over there like, yep, just calling down from the side, waving your big webbed hand in front of the lantern.
Well, yeah, in any case, I guess this really ain't much of our concern. I mean, we're sort of here for the smugglers. The lizard folks are trying to gear up for some war with a bunch of Swahagin out in the ocean. I mean, Julian, you're a sailor. What does that mean for Saltmarsh? Just sounds like a whole bunch of people fighting in the water.
How much would I know about those like deep races?
Roll me like a straight intelligence check.
Not knowledge. Okay.
Knowledge nature? Maybe.
I got
Oh,
history.
yeah. If it's knowledge nature, I'll give a roll.
I'd say you can give it a knowledge nature. Cody, do you have history?
Oh,
trained?
shit.
I have history.
Yeah,
Yeah,
roll a history check for me.
14.
I got a 19 plus 3, so 22.
22. Okay. What'd you roll, Julian?
14.
14 total.
Mhm.
We're gonna address the lower roll first, real quick. So, Julian, from like off the top of your head, you know that these are all races that, especially the Lakotha, the Keelanth, and the Merfolk, that are those three are much more prominently completely water bound. They have been threats previously. Like sometimes there's combats with them on the ocean. But I don't say you know anything like deeply about them, especially not about their internal politics. You just know that they can occasionally be threats on the sea. Lizard folk, while they do have stuff to do with the water, they tend to be in more marshy environments, and just near the water. They are not entirely waterbound as much as these other three races are, but they can do some of the same. There's sometimes raids on them if on fishing vessels that stray a little too close to the shallow waters near the marshes in which they make their home. Now, Bart, this way. Look at that, pointed in the right direction. Big old 22. God damn. This is just kind of based solely off of your experience of not necessarily with these peoples and like specifically, but more in how these kind of like tribal societies are functioning. That and a little bit of knowledge that lizard folk at the very least are not fully waterbound. They don't live fully within the oceans, and so that if they are allying with this many other tribal societies, that is weird. That many of them would be willing to work together this tightly, especially against a single threat. And the fact that they are a bit more spread out and aren't necessarily all tied to either marshlands or the oceans or the deeper depths is pretty concerning, especially considering that if you've never really heard of Sahuagin at all, that if they're showing up in these more populated and civilized areas, that really is, while you can't be certain what it means, it throws some serious blips on your this is not good radar.
Right. All right.
Jakob, you said where these lizard folk live, right?
Yeah, I had said to both before you climbed that they were like down. I forgot the name of the river.
The tribe's village was located down somewhere on the Dunwater.
Dunwater.
Yes.
I probably don't know it by that name.
Probably not. The lizard folk probably didn't really know it by that name either until they had to give directions to it, to be fair.
Okay. Never mind then. Yeah, I wouldn't know where he was talking about.
Okay.
Well, we should probably either wait for the town guard and check the rest of the rooms, or start checking the rest of the rooms now. If we do find something that belonged to the smugglers, it's not really stealing, because they're dead.
Hell no, it's not stealing.
I don't understand why you have to rationalize these things.
And Ned can... Is Ned still conscious?
Yes, he is just tired. Like he
Okay.
looks kind of like he's nodding off a little bit, leaned up against the railing, like sat on his ass, shield off to one side, short sword off to one side, just kind of
As long as
lids
Ned stays
flickering.
awake.
He looks like he's still in pretty rough shape, but he's not dead.
He can watch our two lizard friends here and shout if something happens with them.
I'll point out, I think Julian's still at 1 HP. You've been limping around checking these bodies.
I'm not at 1 HP. I'm at 3 HP.
3 HP. Infinitely
See,
better.
he's good.
You're
3
still...
HP club right here, boys.
Y'all,
3
yeah,
HP
y'all
club.
been kind of limping around your duties.
I've been limping.
You've definitely been limping. You had a hard time. You've got some like burns on you still from like being struck by lightning, basically. Like it's arcing, all over the place. Like that shit hurt. Like it hurts to move.
Am I getting any sort of response from these guys? Blue thinks if he moves faster, it'll get a reaction.
After you've been doing it for about like a minute and a half,
God, Jesus.
Like, you're sitting there, like, maybe not a minute and a half, more like a minute. Like, you've just been sitting there doing this, and
All I
after
know
a
how to
little
do.
bit, you see, like, it's pretty. You also got to remember, y'all are like almost 300 feet offshore, and you see a little light pop up, kind of in the area where a roundabouts. You think that they were roundabouts where they were camped, and you just see it kind of move back and forth, and back and forth.
I don't know what that means. Okay, all right. I'm getting down from here. My arm's tired. I'll climb.
Okay,
back
so
down.
you stop flashing the light at them.
Yeah, stop flashing the light. I'll set it like on the crow's nest, sort of pointing at them, sort of on
Yeah.
the ladder still on or whatever, and I'll just climb the fuck down from there.
Okay. All right.
All right, I don't know. I think they're coming. Holy hell! All right, I heard we're getting presents, so let's do the thing.
Okay. Y'all are getting ready to kind of search about the
All
boat.
right. Yeah, let's look over everything.
All right. Let me move back over to our not so battle map anymore.
This is our loot map.
This is now the loot map. So let's get on
All right.
here. I can't move things on that computer. Fuck.
And
Back over here.
don't forget, guys, I'm documenting all this so we can divvy it up and all that afterwards. But at least we'll have like all the stuff in one spot.
Right. So let me actually just move a couple things so that we don't have to deal with it getting in the way.
I definitely will want to chunk the amber staff into the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Well,
I said,
amber
like,
headed
like I
staff.
said, yeah, it's like on the top, kind of like Gandalf style, like how he had the crystal on the top of
Yeah.
his staff. It's kind of like carved in runes with that little like a head of amber at the top.
Hey, all I know is Julian's excited having a boat again.
So this guy, okay, you got your two lizard folk. This one on this other side has kind of calmed down again. Like, he's not happy, but he just looks like he's kind of exhausted himself and looks a little woozy from like blood loss and probably a mild concussion from getting just booted in the face a couple times. And the other one is just leaned against the boat, just head down, just more or less unresponsive. Like, they don't look like they've really got any fight left in them, either of them. So, where are you going?
I should probably lead us in.
Those are stairs.
Yeah, I was saying those are the big stairs.
I would
Might as
just
well
point
start
out
there.
that there's, like, those are stairs. All of these white lines, every single one of these is a door on both sides.
Oh, okay. Never
This
mind.
one actually is also kind of standing open. My apologies, that's the one that the lizard folk came out of, and y'all can kind of, like, at an angle, see that there's a room in here that has a few hammocks and like some chests with what you can only presume are their belongings and stuff, and like a little table and some chairs.
All right.
When we start this, I'm gonna walk up to Bart, sort of plug in one of my arrow holes, and Bart, you got any more? You got any more of the juice?
The juice.
I'm gonna spend it in a moment, but we can get you
Oh
patched
shit!
up.
Just let me go first and
Hopefully
stop
we don't
anything.
find anything.
And
I don't know how much more I can take.
And before
guess-
there are traps everywhere.
I guess I'm gonna go into here.
Which door you're going down the stairs?
Oh, the stairs? Sure.
I mean, that's where you just put yourself, is on some stairs.
How about you and Julian stay up here, and me and Jakob will make sure the rest of the boat's safe.
Okay.
Bart, you couldn't take care of yourself if you wanted to. I'll be right behind you, though.
What a friend.
Just kind of look down at myself. I'm completely fine.
Do y'all want to check the rest of the doors before we go down, or do you want to go down first and then check the doors?
Let's make sure there's nothing sneaks up behind us, like at the house.
That's fair.
So let's check the doors. I guess let's
I'll back up
You-
right out.
Do you want to go in first, Bart, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I can go in first. That'll be fine. Let's just quit lollygagging. We gotta
Oh.
get what we can for those town guards show up and do their rightful duty.
It is true.
All right. Which door are you guys going in first?
Well, it's
Sure, that one's fine. Whichever
That
one.
one down on the bottom.
Yeah, sure.
Alrighty. Yes, good old. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, anything y'all want to do? You just kicking open the door.
Yeah, I'm just going right in.
All right, you kick it open. That is not the reveal. That is hide things. You stupid fucking program. There we go.
Yikes.
Boom. Kick it open. Kind of. Oh. Okay. You get it open. You're met with there's a crude metal stove that's leaned up against the hole. There's a metal chimney coming up from it and kind of going out the side. There's next to that, there's a big open bin that seems to be carrying like a bunch of wood and various other tinder and fuel for a fire. Beside that is a large wooden table that has bolts and nails and such that are kind of holding it down to the floor, as well as several tables that are lighter and look like they can kind of be secured in various and sundry ways that kind of surround the table itself. Good gracious, it has a large drawer on it, kind of on the bottom as well. Hanging there are also a couple of hooks that are above the table, higher up, where a couple of frying pans and saucepans are kind of thrown onto hooks on there, kind of J-hooked high enough that they don't just swing off the side all the time. There's a large cask that you can see on one side that's also secured, like more temporarily to the hull. Like it can be removed, but when it's they want it sitting there, they want it not just falling all over the side. There's a wooden cupboard set up against that, as well as another door heading towards the back, and a lantern that is not currently lit.
All right. Well, keep on sweeping through things and looking around to make sure that there's nothing particularly of import.
Right. And like I said, so this is a door back here. I didn't really reveal it very well, but that's what that is back there.
It says 17 plus 1 for investigation.
For an investigation check, what are you looking for, real quick for me?
Just looking for valuable things, and if we get into like a place that has like any type of captain's quarter or a study, if I don't know, these are particularly kinds of smugglers that just leave paperwork around for all other transactions.
Okay, like I said, this looks like it's where they do their cooking, pretty clearly.
Right.
You look around, big barrel is a barrel of water, fresh water, and kind of dip a finger in it. Tastes like water. Like I said, but probably the most valuable thing in there are the skillets and pans. But that's about it. Like I said, that one.
It's all
bin is
valuable
full
to
of
me.
wood. Hey, like I said, that's just the most valuable. Everything else is a giant barrel of water and other various cooking implements and fire and like
A
things
barrel
to stoke
of water
a fire and
is
stuff.
invaluable to me.
I mean, yeah, it's
They had
also
to be,
very heavy.
They had to be coming back to shore soon. I mean, they hardly had any food stores left. Just shoving everything into the back.
There's I will say there's no food in this room. Like none.
We'll find it.
might be under the deck.
Hey, Dungeon Master,
Yes, sir.
did you see either of the chats?
Nope. What's up?
Just needing
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on the time.
Alright.
This is not a search that we're gonna wrap up this session, but I figured we'd get y'all started getting a little bit of your looking around the boat. So I'm keeping an eye on it. Don't worry.
All right.
All right, where you going now, buddy?
I guess just continue this side of the ship if that doesn't continue on in any particular
Like I
side.
said, you kind of see in that back there is that door in the back of the room.
Oh, I thought you were saying that there was more on the. Yeah.
No, yeah. That's that door back on the
Okay,
back
yeah,
of that
yeah.
room. Yeah, like, and there's a similar one. Like if you guys poked your head into like the lizard man room at all, like it has all that stuff, and there's back doors on both of these rooms.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll go through the door in
Through
the kitchen
the galley,
area.
whatever it's fucking
yeah,
called. What do you
I'm
call them
assuming
on
it's
boats? You call them something on boats?
Galley, I think.
Mess halls?
Mess hall? I don't know. What do I look like, a sailor?
A poop deck.
Do I look like a seaman to you?
Yes.
Alright. Y'all are level 1 again. Congratulations.
All right, Bart, go ahead.
How much health did some of y'all get down to?
I'm
All
at
of y'all
nine.
down. Everybody's dead.
A
I'm
galley,
behind
says
them.
Brittany.
Galley. See, okay, cool. So you step on in there, and Bart, you think you've discovered where all the food's at.
Hey.
You step on in back here, and you see from hooks on the ceiling, like bigger meat hooks that have strings of sausages as well as like bacon, ham, that kind of thing, like salted meats. Against the hole, you see several sacks that look like probably they're filled like grain or something along those lines, maybe flour. There's another larger cask that is sealed, as well as a smaller ceramic jar. There's another I don't know why they specify in several things, but in the entirety, larger cask, a couple of smaller ceramic jars, as well as a smaller sealed cask in one of the areas. There's an opening in a kind of like window thing that's kind of like leans out. It's currently closed. It looks like you kind of push it out, like if you wanted to let in some fresh air in this area. There is nothing live that you can see in this room.
All right.
I did not reveal this as well. I'm really shitty about trying to get these doors revealed. There's a door on the far side of the room.
All right. I'll try to grab some of the more nice-looking bits of food and toss them in the bag of holding as they're going through.
Nice is probably a strong word, but they're very serviceable. Like I said, it's like salted meats and things that are gonna last on the sea. They don't have to worry about it going bad as much. The casks one appears to be like a larger kind of cask of ale, and as well as a smaller cask of a nicer maybe wine. It looks like maybe they decided to keep these niceties for themselves or special occasions. The smaller glass jars, one is what's things that are kept in glass jars? Or ceramic. I'm sorry. One of them appears to be kind of open. It has a more sweeter smell. Upon closer inspection, it's a jar of honey. And the other appears to be like it was kept specifically in the shade and kind of up against the barrels that had liquid in them in an attempt to keep it cool. And you open it and this one's a very small jar and it appears to have butter in it.
Hell yeah, honey and butter and bacon and sausage. We gotta kill some more smugglers.
That's the real win out of all this that Bart is concluding.
Gonna have us some honey bacon sausage butter.
Okay.
Yep.
It's like Mama used to make.
I'm obviously kidding. Let's continue on to the northwestern room there.
This room kind of that is also within this room. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
So y'all go and you kick open the door. Bow. It's really hard to reveal these things in any when there's round bits. This appears to be another storage area, which you see two larger long how they do them on ships, like it's kind of spiraled up like a giant piece of poo, lengths of rope. They're kind of like in a cone kind of thing. Two of those, three rolls, like larger rolls of what appear to be spare sailcloth, lie on the deck alongside a larger box, another large cask that has a kind of not tightly sealed, but it is covered. If you kind of pop off the top, you'll see that is just a big cask of tar, or like hardened tar. Not like completely hardened, but they're probably gonna need to heat it up. Several lots of wooden planking, as well as a couple of hammers and other various and sundry tools like saws, wooden mallets, that kind of thing. There's another one of those similarly kind of windows in kind of the side facing out, so they could pop it open if they're they're having to be in and out, so they don't die of heat stroke or something.
Oh, this stuff sucks, man. These are the worst smugglers ever. You're smuggling a rope?
There's
Yeah.
probably some better stuff down below. Come on. Be
Let's hope
patient.
so. Holy shit.
I'll walk
All
out of
right. Well, yeah, let's go to the back of the ship
Did
where the
y'all-
upper
y'all
decks,
didn't
and there's
wanna
usually
check
like
the-
captain stuff.
You didn't
Do
want
it?
to check the lizard folks room at all?
Oh yeah, I guess we
I
can.
thought we already did.
But that belongs to
Y'all saw it
them.
open, but y'all hadn't looked through it at all.
I'm just gonna walk through.
I thought you guys already went
Yeah,
in.
I'll toss that shit real quick.
Okay.
get-
So yes.
I will aid Bart.
Okay.
Oh,
Y'all are coming there, like similar smell. Like you can kind of smell like it's kind of swampy in here, as well as that kind of musty reptile scent.
Sounds like home.
Probably, yeah. You see, there's those three hammocks, as well as a smaller table that's bolted to the floor with a couple of extra chairs thrown in. There's a jug, kind of sat in the middle of kind of hardened ceramic that has a red liquid of some kind in it, as well as several mugs. There's the three chairs and a lantern that is hanging up on the ceiling. There are the three hammocks. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, good gracious! And there's a a single small chest that is shoved up, kind of up under one of the hammocks, and there seems to be like a few like spare javelins and stuff that are kind of leant up in the room in various places. That kind of
all right. Guess we'll pop open that chest.
Okay. All right. Do y'all trying to force it open, or are you trying to pick it?
Is it locked?
It's locked. Yes. You go
Oh.
and get it, and there's a like padlock on it.
All right, let me try.
And get
I'll
down
guide
sort of,
you.
sort of
As you-
exhausted. Try to make a thieves tool check.
With guidance.
Okay. Go ahead and
guidance,
roll that for me.
That's
Yeah.
my dex plus my proficiency, so 6. I'm glad you gave me that guidance. Oh, okay. 15.
15.
Yeah.
You
Thanks for
go.
that guidance.
Right. So you go and you're fiddling with it. It's not too hard. You hear it soon after you hear a click. You go to pop it open.
It's full of bees. Oh no.
And a needle comes immediately shooting out of it directly into your chest, dealing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 point of piercing damage and 3 points of. Oh no, you're immune to poison damage, aren't you?
Let's go, boys! Your
So,
boy is still
what?
alive. I'm immune to poison. Fuck out of here!
So that needle comes shooting out and sticks into your chest, and it stings, and you kind of feel like something is going through your bloodstream, but it kind of feels like it's like immediately like diluted by your froggy, otherworldly, I don't know, your froggy natural resistance. So you took 1 piercing damage.
Your
What the
gray,
shit?
your gray hockey fortitude.
Your gray hockey fortitude. You get hit by that, and within you see 10. I'm not 100% on what this metal looks like, so I'm just gonna say it. 10 electrum ingots stacked on top of each other within this chest. Not 100% on what
Shit.
electrum looks like. I probably should have checked that out ahead of time, so my apologies. But regardless of whether you guys know exactly what it is, it's clearly valuable.
Nice.
It's in the currency under D&D Beyond, so I've just added it under there.
Okay, that's fine. So
I
yeah,
will
there
take it.
are 10 of those
Throw it
that are
throw
in
it
that
into the
chest.
bag of holding.
Okay.
God damn it. Can we just
So-
go?
So y'all got stuck with that, and kind of as we kind of do a camera pan of Gloob complaining about getting stabbed and stowing away some of his, they're not really ill-gotten, they're gainfully earned winnings of this battle, and we're gonna leave our heroes and adventurers here for the night as we end this session. They'll hopefully have a much more peaceful session next Monday as they wrap up examining this boat and perhaps learning a little more about what in the fuck is going on with a bunch of lizard folk and shit. So
This is our boat now.
Let's
You
not
keep what
forget
you
to-
kill.
To rate a friend at the end.
yes. I've got it all pulled up on another. I think we're gonna wrap this up. Thank everyone so much who's in the chat and who maybe stopped by, or if you stayed the whole time, if you popped in for the end. Thank y'all so much for coming by. I hope this was a metric fuckload of combat was entertaining to someone at least. I think I was enjoying myself. I had a good time. And thank you guys, of course, for joining me playing in this campaign. I'm having a blast and enjoying running for all of you. Until next time, which, depending on what you're waiting for, Wednesdays we do our Tavern talks. On Saturdays we have our Eberron campaign, which is fun and exciting, and it's quite the shit show at this moment. Maybe a bit similar to what's going on right now, just at a higher level with more people who can slap your shit in. I'm not 100% what we're talking about this Wednesday, but stop by. I'm sure it'll be a blast. It's much more relaxed atmosphere, and we have a lot of fun chatting with whoever sticks around, even if it's a bit off topic, because why not? Yeah, if you haven't dropped a follow, drop a follow. We would love and appreciate it. Stick around for we're going to be popping a raid over to another channel to get hopefully some hype for other D&D streams, and maybe if we steal some of their hype ourselves, that would always be nice. But we're all about community building here
Who are
at
we
Hard
raiding
Knock
tonight?
Dice. That's a good question. Do you want me to determine that before we go anywhere?
Yeah, so I can get the link in the chat for everybody to be clicking on.
Let's take a good look here at who's around. Oh, good gracious. Let's see. I should have decided on this before we went live, but to be fair, I can't be 100% on who's still going to be around 4 hours later. So
Yeah.
we're gonna go for good old, I don't know who these people are, but
Follow Saving Throw Show. You want to try those?
Saving Throw Show? Sure. Are they live right now?
Yeah, they
I
are.
don't know where they are, but I can't see them. That's okay. So Saving Throw Show is where we're about to be going.
Post some links in the chat for you guys. Let's raid these guys. So show them some love. Drop a follow.
Yep.
And yell raid as loud as you can in their chat.
Woo! And we're heading on in there as we speak.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Which I believe I can now. Bye.
Have a good one.
Which I believe I can now.